And we're gonna start with our match on table number one, the live stream table provided by OrangeForks Productions. On table number one, Yanick Bongers against Faton table number one.
Well, a very well, a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You join us on day 4 of the CUETEC Belgian Open 2026 in the beautiful coastal town of Oostende here in Belgium. And you join us for double elimination, 50 players left in it. And this is the matchup between the young Dutchman Yanick taking on Faton Lamke. Faton taking the opening rack in this alternate break race to 8. Now, looking where the 6 ball is, doesn't need to do too much with the 5. Playing that nicely. Maybe a little bit hampered by the 7, but shouldn't provide him too much of a problem. Yeah, mix that well. Just to let you know, we have many tables streaming right now. On the table you'll see in the background, Belgian Anthony Van den Busche, he's taking on Ernesto Gioni. And if you want to keep updated with the scores for this event, and if there are any players you're following, please do visit qscore.com and search for CUETEC Belgian Open. And Faton getting off to a great start here against Yanick. Yanick is here with his brother Quentin. Will be playing today as well. And this 9 ball to take a 2-0 lead. done. Always good to get off to a quick start. It's a race to 8, an alternate break, so players not running away with it as often as they would do in a winner break format. We've had 25 groups in the group stage. 2 players, top 2, making it through to the last 50 in a double knockout. And they will play double knockout to the last 16. Yanick Pongers to break. This will be his second break. Let's see how he's got it working. Well, making the one on the cut break. Made 3 in total. So very promising. No direct shape on the 3, but there is a 3-9 combination that looks rather thin. I wouldn't expect him to go for that. But he's having a look. There may be a couple of bonus opportunities. The one will connect with the 8-ball as well. So something could happen here. Maybe forced into it. Well, made one of them, that being the 8. The 3 rolled over up onto the long rail, but it still has a pocket up past the 4. He's just had a look away there. He was not expecting to catch the left-hand side of that. And that has put him in a bit more trickier spot on this 5-ball. Does look like the 6 will pass the 9. Played it very well. Yanick Pongers getting off the mark here. Scoreline back to 2-1. Very, very useful for the young Dutchman. Didn't want to let Faton get away with too much of a lead. That will bring him back to the table for his second break. Making 3 balls off the break. If Faton is breaking as well as Yanick, this could be a very fiery encounter. And yeah, making the 1 off the break. Shape on the 2. Very promising for the Albanian. I've been reliably informed he also has a little channel online with many jump shots. Seems to be a bit of a dab hand with the jump stick. Haven't seen him need to use it so far, so we won't get to have a look likely in this rack. Just something of interest that I heard going around the venue here at Taverne de Klokke. And following that break, he's put himself now into a very nice position. Good spread of the balls. And good response to Yanick with a break and run in his last break. He's just having a think. He's fallen a little bit funny on this 5-ball now. And that means he's just going to need to put a little bit more work into the cue ball, navigate some traffic. Done nicely. As much as we have Europe's best here, we have 20 nations represented here at the Belgian Open. And quite a few players here from Albania as well. We have both Kaçi brothers, I believe, still in. We'll get to see them in action through today, all looking to take a place in tomorrow's final day of action. This another good break and run, and both players getting their break working right from the get-go, and this is promising stuff. Nicely done. And that will give Faton his 2-rack lead again. Just keeping Yanick at bay somewhat. So Yanick making 3 balls on the break in his last attempt. This will be his 3rd of this match. Again, 1 ball side pocket. Does have a shot on the 2, a very tricky shot on the 2. I would expect him to play this one with safety in mind. He's just having a look at what balls he would like to cover. Use for cover, sorry. Good cue ball. That has really reduced Faton's opportunity to escape here, and we won't get to see him with the jump stick. So, looking at the 1 rail escape, always a chance of making this in the side pocket. Oh, he wasn't far away from it, but unfortunately has made the scratch, which is also a chance from that escape. And now Yanick Pongers with a good chance just to try and take one against the break here. Let's keep this match tight. This will be his key shots here, and the next one to the 5. The rack should open out for him from there. As you can see, it's a busy pool hall here at Taverne de Klokke. Sometimes the players just have to give way to the neighbours. 3 tables on this floor. And just wants to ensure he can take this 9 ball out of the equation. Lightly come underneath it, which he's done to great effect. Both players really in form. First matches of the day. Straight from the hotel to here and into action, and both looking very settled at this early stage. Great stuff. And a good indication to how today and tomorrow are going to be. And well, ladies and gentlemen, you're in for some great action. Scoreline back to 3-2. More importantly for the young Dutchman, he will get the break. And that is what he needs to bring the scoreline back to level. My apologies, it's Faton's break. Scoreline 3-2. Again, both players making the 1 ball into the side pocket. Looking to do that again. Has done. We'll be looking for a good look on the 2. Is the 7 spoiling the party? Don't think so. Looking at the Albanian's face. Balls have available pockets. The 7 could be a little trickier, but the 4 will definitely open up its pathway. So good position shot from the 3 to the 4. Could be looking at another break and run for Faton. This is a little bit trickier now where the cue ball has landed up though. What he wanted. It was key he got on this 4. And well, let's see, the proof is in the pudding. As I said, I was being told wonderful things about this gents jump play. Has the build-up been too much? Oh, no, it hasn't. Great jump shot. Held the cue ball in good space for the 5. Does need to be particular now, not just with making the pot, but holding shape for the 6. Centre table will leave a shot on it. And playing this 5 into the top left, he'll be coming across the potting line, so this will be all about good pace of the cue ball. going to get a lucky hit. No, he is not. Well, we get another chance to see him with the jump stick. Currently 1 for 1. Quite an important jump in the scheme of things. Does not want to let Yanick bring the scoreline back to level. Well, 2 for 2. Will he be keeping his jump stick in his hand? No, he will not. He is fallen foul on the 7. You have to feel a little bit sorry for him after playing 2 great jump shots. Has not been able to get the cue ball under control here though. Made a good hit. The 8 ball's just locked up against the 9 there, which limits Yanick's options. You're going to feel he's attacking this 7. And will need to come back underneath it, similar to where the cue ball is now, to be fair. To the 9, give it a gentle rub. That's going to leave Yanick with a tricky shot here. Both balls, unfortunately, they don't look like they've dressed up to allow Yanick to get creative. We'll be looking for good cue ball here. Hopefully bring the 9 into play. Thinnest of contacts, and at least a thick edge of the 8, and it looks like Faton just wants Yanick to keep a close eye, or maybe was just checking that contact was made. It certainly was. Here. I'm not too sure if he was looking at the banking angle of the 8. To bank it into the top right corner, that would be the aggressive play. If he could play it as a bit of a 2-way, maybe bring the 9 in between the cue ball and the 8, that could be on. I believe that's what he was going for. Didn't make it, flattened up way too much, and now Yanick with a much better look on this 8. We couldn't avoid running into the 9. Cue ball has stayed off the long rail. Certainly within Yanick's territory. And this to bring the scoreline back to 3-3. Fantastic. So, scoreline back to all square in this race to 8. It will be Yanick Pongers to break. interest so far with both players' breaks. Not only making that one ball consistently, but getting shape on the two. Again, Yanick making the one, but this time the two has just misbehaved somewhat. Yanick will go on the defense. Bringing the 7 into play. Hasn't locked it up as tight as he has done in previous shots, which will make it a little bit easier for Lamke to get out of. Here, there is a 2-rail escape. He can come underneath the 2 and stick the cue ball. The kick and stick. Let's have a little look. Didn't get the stick. He didn't get the stick. The cue ball's rolled up center table, as has the blue 2. So this now a great opportunity for Yanick, although just looking at his face, I don't think that 5 passes the 9 into the bottom right corner. And that means his only option, if it's on, is the left side pocket. Looks like he's eyeing up going into it straight away. Yeah, that 5 was too much of a problem. Played that really well. Playing a great shot to develop the 5, Yanick now taking the lead for the first time in the match, and that will ask a question of Faton, but that will be exactly what the young Dutchman needed. And as I mentioned before, both players breaking well. So this is very likely to be down to who gets the best from their breaks. And the Albanian will not be wanting to bring his jump stick out. Wow. And for the likely first time in this match, we have a dry break, ladies and gentlemen. Yanick, as he carefully removes the magic rack, does not have a shot on the 1, can see the 1, but will be forced to go safe. Oh, and that has just flattened up, and the cue ball has not gone behind the 4. A missed opportunity. The 1 still not got a pocket, but a very rare mistake from both these players. This time from Yanick. done that really nicely. Looked very difficult to be able to hold the cue ball there. He's played the one into the other ball, object ball, and that's allowed him to be able to hit that cue ball and stick it to the 2. And that could be a very useful shot. Where the 6 ball is as well, that's going to make it even trickier. Ooh. Looking with that approach, then he's going to aim the cue ball towards this side. Oh no, he looked like he was going to masse the cue ball there. Looking for the gap. Has he found it? No, he hasn't. Looked at the 2-rail escape. That will bring ball in hand. So, Yanick not locking up Faton with his safety play. The response from the Albanian, much better. Yep, navigated that between the 6 and the 5. Leaves him quite straight on this 2. And looks like the 5 is hampering the 3 ball. That's what he's just having a look at here. May need to put a bit more into this now than he'd initially hoped. Was just able to create a little bit of an angle. Leaves himself very nice on the 3. Still not out of the woods yet. Executed that very nicely. Was able to put a shot into that. Yeah, the 5 passes the 6. This is now looking very nice. The 9 and the 8 are not locked together, so the 8 very likely has both pockets available here at the bottom of the table. Still needs to be particular with his shape on the 7 to come down for the 8. Good opportunity for Faton to reply here, bring the scoreline back to level again. He's just had a look now. Does not want to finish straight on the 7. So he's given himself just a bit more of an angle to work with. Yeah, he's floating that down. Will be moving the 9 here. It's going to have to run into it. He's having a look to see which direction it will go. Wants it to track towards the right side pocket. Wants it to. Where will the cue ball finish up? Oh, it wasn't. It was running onto the long rail. So he gave it a little bit more oomph to bring it back off. Good cue ball. We should see the scoreline come back to 4-4 here. And nicely poised at all square, halfway in this race to 8 at this wonderful WNT CUETEC Dynamic Billiard Belgian Open. We have beautiful weather outside, golden beaches, wonderful smell of the market. Walking in this morning, and well, I have to say, these players very much rising to the occasion. We have some very big names in this field, young and old. Yanick here at the table. Where's the cue ball? Ooh, cue ball did take a knock, and it doesn't look like it's going to have a good look on the 2 from that. But yeah, we have Felix Vogel, another German young player, rising star. We also have, at the other end of the scale, the Kaiser, Ralph Souquet. Got to rub shoulders with him downstairs just now, looking fresh as ever. I think we could be in for 2 days of absolute corking action. We do have the other 2 tables playing down here at the moment. Ernesto Joni, also from Albania, 7-1 up against the Belgian Anthony van den Busche on the hill. And on our other table, Moritz Lorenz is 4-0 up against Oliver Zolnocki. And well, Oliver is one of my picks for this event, so he's having a tough one. But the strength of players and opponents out here, I have been amazed with all week. Yanick, just waiting for a player on the other table. Great respect. Now the 3-ball passes. Maybe a little straight on the 4. Could be able to draw back off the long rail. If there is an angle, he could be able to push through as well. He was just checking the 5 passes, the 8. For this very reason. And now, stop shot on the 5. And Yanick is back to the races in this 9th rack. As we see on the other table, it looks like Faton's fellow countryman is through. This is double elimination, so the players who do lose in this round will come back in the losers group. We'll have a bit of a longer journey to get to the last 16. And Yanick dealing with those rather nicely after that awkward collision on the cue ball off the break. 5-4 the score to the young Dutchman. And it will bring Faton back up to break. This match still keeping nice and close. Difficult to pick anything between them. As I mentioned, there are quite a few matches going on. We're down to the last 50 players, last 2 days. If you want to keep updated on the scores, the fixtures, and what's coming up on the stream, please do visit qscore.com, WNT as well. And if you're enjoying the stream, please do like, share and subscribe. We really do appreciate your support. Didn't seem to hit that well, and he raises his hand. I think he caught that a little bit poor on the tip. It's actually not worked out too bad, but again, just showing you the respect between all these players. As much as it's enemy, opponent want to win, they do fully respect that sometimes a mistake is made and it will go their way. And there's a gap for the one. May not be enough to see the right side pocket. If not, he's going to have to go up into the top right here, which makes the shot a bit trickier. The one saving grace is that the cue ball will come back across the table. Which would have left him at least an opportunity to play safe off the two. The one ball did not drop. And this, you have to say, a small opportunity for Yanick here to just break away for the first time in this match. He doesn't hang around when the pattern is revealed. He does just like to get down and finish them off in as tidy a fashion as possible. Come through the youth ranks, maturing into a very, very fine European player. I've had the pleasure of meeting Yanick a few times. Got to enjoy his time out in America. I'm sure there are a few Americans out there are fully aware of him and his brother's capabilities. Now, while we talk about his capabilities, he's just come up short on this 6. But it looks like the cue ball's come too far to leave the thin cut on. Now, there is a bank on. There is also, as you just indicated there, a good chance to put the cue ball behind the 8. Is he playing it as a two-way, or is he just playing for the good cue ball? He's gone for it. It's on the way. Oh. And he did play that as a little bit of a two-way shot, making sure there was some cover from the 8 in case it did decide to rattle and roll. Now, 8 into the same pocket. He's up quick off the shot. Heart of the pocket, and after what you would describe as the best possible start for the Albanian, Yanick has stuck in there. Probably made the better of the safety play. And now finds himself 6-4 in the lead. 2-rack lead, 2 racks to the win. Faton just had a little comment with Yanick. I think he's just popped for a quick rest bite. He will be back rather shortly. Yanick will have to just wait a moment. While we are waiting, let me bring you a couple of updates and thank you to our sponsors, WNT, CUETEC, Dynamic Billiard, Delanghe, Simonis, Stella Artois, and the team in the box, OrangeForks. A lot of effort going in from many, many angles to make this event possible. Faton, who runs the Taverne de Klokke here, has not stopped since I've been here. A lot of effort, as I mentioned, going in. Just bringing you an update from our other table on this floor. The matchup between the Belgian Maurits Loyereens. He was 4-0 up against Oliver Zolnocki. Oliver now bringing the score back to 4-2. lot of action going on. As you see in the top right there, Bongers just sitting down with a young Hagemans. Very likely playing the same club together. Another young gun, should we say, with also a similar situation, with a sibling also playing in this tournament. And over in the top left, I just got a glimpse of another Dutchie, Ivo Arts. Looks like his match will be kicking off over on table 2. Now, Faton just taking the break. Score adjusted, 6-4. Yanick to break. Needs 2 more. Does not want to let Faton back into this match. Ooh, and I believe for the first time off the Yanick break, a dry one as well. So, after the players getting off to the wonderful start, breaking, making and landing on the 2, now a little bit of a different situation. Faton has not got a look at the 1 though, and I will say a push shot is going to be rather difficult from where that 1 ball is in the top right corner. He's just having a look now to see if there's any better place to put the cue ball. Called to push. Pushing the 5 onto the 7. Didn't really cause any trouble, you have to say. 5 and 7 both open to bottom right and left pocket, so has created a cluster of sorts. Now, if there's a line through to this 1, you feel Yanick's going to go for it. I'm wondering if, from the way he's indicating there, he has to go over the edge of the 2. That makes the shot a lot harder. But yeah, I think Bongers is going for his jump stick. This will be the first time we've seen him jump in this match. His opponent, 2 for 2 from the jump department. Oh, that gets a little click of a acknowledgement from his opponent. He executed that jump not just very well. He's been able to keep the cue ball out of trouble where that 6 was, and has got shape on this 2. And now, Yanick just having a look at what he wants that cue ball to do to land on this 4 properly, because he's got to get back up for the 5. And he's just indicated with his cue he's looking to come off the long rail between the 2nd and 3rd diamond. Will be flirting with the side pocket. Shouldn't come down that far. Should stay above it. Has not stayed above it. He's just picked up a little bit more than he needed. I also fear that was a little bit too hard as well. And, well, after such a great jump shot, you did not expect to see Faton back to the table. He is. Great chance now for the Albanian. By all accounts, he hasn't put a foot wrong. His opponent just taking the better of the opportunities. The scoreline was very much more in his favour for the first half of the match. Brought it round the angles. He's shaking his head, but I don't mind the leave. He could go up and down the table if he really wants to, but I feel he can just play this dead weight, hold for the 8. Played that nicely. 9 ball in a very favourable position for him. And this 9, to not only prevent his opponent from getting to the hill, but bringing him back within 1 as well. So, rare mistake from Yanick Bongers sees the Albanian bring the scoreline back to 6-5 with the break. So, good opportunity to bring the scoreline level and maybe ask a couple of questions of the young Dutchman. As you can see at the bottom of the screen on the side of the table, these are the dynamic Billiard 4 tables. Playing fantastic. Players have been enjoying it on them. Still looking very fresh. Still a bit slidey. So Faton to break. Trailing 6 racks to 5. Race to 8. A familiar sight in this match, apart from on 1/2 occasions. 1 ball made on the cut into the side pocket. Made another ball as well. And shape on the 2. So, best opportunity Faton will get here to bring the scoreline back to level and keep this nice and tight. Gives him every chance. Now, where that 4 ball is, just means a little bit more care needs to be taken with the cue ball. That's quite flat on the 3. Be able to draw it straight back. Does not want to be drawing back towards the side pocket. And doesn't want to be drawing back a little. Wants to be drawing back a bit more. And the reaction from the Albanian would suggest this is going to be rather tight, if not on. May need to just swerve the cue ball. No, maybe not.
The shuttle for the Aramith field has arrived. If you need to take the shuttle, please go.
No, could see it. Could see it. Did look like he'd put himself in a spot of bother. Hasn't. Now, the angle he has on this 5 ball, you would feel he needs to check this into the long rail and bring the cue ball back out centre table. Does not want to overhit this. Hasn't. Didn't try to do too much off the long rail either. Bit more distance between the 2, but nice, natural. Can bring the cue ball back up to a similar spot even to where it is now. Ooh, sounded like a little kick. didn't matter. Good pace. Would have ideally liked to have been straight on this, isn't, so we'll need to just move the cue ball a little. And this 9 for a very important break and run. Scoreline back to level. Yanick Bongers to break. We're now back to a quick race to 2 in this race to 8. And I have a feeling, ladies and gentlemen, in this alternate break format, we're going to see quite a few more matches play out like this over today and tomorrow. And that's when you really see the best coming out of the players. Okay, I'm sure they would like it to all go their way and just run for fun. But this alternate break is a bit more of a leveler and just asks a few more questions, especially of the pattern play. Again, players are getting back to their normal form on the breaks. Not just making the 1, but getting shape on the 2. This is what we saw at the beginning of the match. Yanick would ideally not like to let his opponent get to the table here. Yep, 5 navigated well. Now is just going to take a little look at the 7 to 8. Wants to just be a bit careful with getting good shape on the 7. And this to put himself on the hill first, but let us not forget, it will be Faton to break next in this alternate break format, so could still be close. Looking to float the cue ball to the bottom right quadrant of the table. The cue ball slowing up. Has it slowed up enough? I think it has. I think he's got a bit of an angle to work with here. May elect not to do too much with the cue ball and take a longer 9 up to one of the top pockets. Yeah, I was able to bring the cue ball 2 rails around for this 9. Looking good for Bongers to get to the hill first in this match. And scoreline 7-6. Faton to break. Off the back of a break and run himself. Yanick replying with a break and run. Couldn't be more finely poised. As I mentioned, double elimination, so the loser will still be in with a chance, but will have the longer route to take to get to the last 16. And only one misstep off the break for the Albanian. Same for Yanick. It's been a very good demonstration of breaking. Needs one more here though. Oh, and this time The one has not found the side pocket. Hasn't left a shot on the one for Yanick though. It does look like it's got a pathway to the top left pocket, the bottom right as we're looking at it now, and that may just entice Yanick into a jump shot here. Does have the option for a push off the break. Would be ambitious, but he's having another look at it. Well, maybe can see an edge as well. Well, Yanick on the hill. His opponent one rack behind. Does he feel this is the moment to take this on? Oh, I think that answers it, ladies and gentlemen. The jump stick out. He's going for this one. This could be a big shot if he makes it. Oh, great camera angle showing he didn't have much to work with. Made it look easy, and that has really opened up this opportunity for him. Will not want to have to get back to the table to break hill. You see in the background there, Ivo Hutz looking ready for action. Back to this action. Yanick Bongers was just up against it in the early stages of this match. Both players were breaking really well. Faton just stole the early march, but he's held in there. And with a bit of good safety play and resilience, now finds himself in good position. To take this match at this opportunity, but what's the cue ball done here? Does he have enough of an edge? Well, he just turned into a statue there, having a think about what was going on, and a shake of the head and a scratch of the bonnet would suggest he's just leaked out. Not enough. He can just swerve this slightly to encourage the angle. But where the cue ball goes, well, that's anyone's guess. He's played it well. He's got shape on the 7. Needs a bounce. Doesn't get it. Oh, that's a little right grin from the young Dutchman. 2 shots there where position just hasn't been as precise as we've seen from him so far in this match. He's going to have to dig deep. Played a very nice jump shot to open up this 14th rack. Needs to come up with another one here. Just needs to go over the edge of the 9. Oh, uses all the pocket. What a shot. This 9. Oh, 2 great jump shots and a smile from Yanick. He will progress through. His opponent, Faton, moves over to the losers bracket, and let's not take anything away from the Albanian. He played very well, kept himself in contention. Just Yanick pinching it at the end there with two fantastic jump shots in his route to victory. We will have more matches coming up today. Next match will be getting warmed up on this table. If you want to keep updated with the scores, please do visit QScore and WNT and OrangeForks Productions. Niels Fayen just in the background there. Looks like he will be coming up next. Please do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back with more Belgian Open action.
I was due.
Following matches will start at 11. Table 1, Luca against Niels Fayen. Table 1. Table 3, Otto Holkonen against Ivo Aert. Table 3. Table 4, Matthew Ridley against Sergio Gonzalez Baez. Table 4. Matches will start at 11. If your opponent doesn't show up after 5 minutes, please report at the tournament desk.
precision, prestige, unleashing tour-level performance, built for the biggest stage. Powered by CUETEC, inspired by Matchroom, the 9-ball series.
Well, a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2026 CUETEC Belgian Open, coming from you from Taverne de Klokke in the beautiful seaside city of Oostende. My name is Gethin Davis. Joining me in the box for this enticing encounter between Luca Galic and Niels Feijer, Jimmy Warren. Welcome, Jimmy. And looks like Niels Feijer has won the lag in this race to 8 alternate break. One little rule will just need to be noted. The 2-ball needs to be either on the wing or the bottom of the rack.
Yeah, good morning, Gethin. This is a great match, of course. The Terminator versus Luca Galic from Croatia.
Yeah, Luca normally travelling with his brother, but on this occasion his brother forced to work and so sadly couldn't make it out here for this one. So it's just Luca representing family Galic, and Niels straight from the get-go making the 1-ball off the break and shape on the 2. In the last match, Jimmy, both players really getting rewards from their break. I think after their opening groups they're all starting to bed into this break.
Yeah, you can definitely see Niels put his work in perfecting his, let's say, W&T break with the break box. And also interesting to mention that Iwan, Luca's brother, is a former champion of this tournament.
Well, I'm sure he would be itching to be here to defend it. He's put all the pressure on his brother's shoulders.
Yeah.
Don't come back without a trophy, bro.
And they're originally from Croatia, but I think they reside in Germany, playing a lot of tournaments in Bundesliga. Not sure what kind of work he actually does, Iwan. But
well, I know the work he puts in on the table, and that has reaped both him and his brother rewards. But talking about time on the table, Niels Feijer, probably one of the most focused and determined players I've ever met. And he does back it up with such a great level of energy and enthusiasm. It's just hard not to come away not just loving him as a player, but loving the game that bit more. Will be a tough matchup for both. I've seen Luca playing in his group matches, looking very comfortable, smiling, looking rather fit as well. Been putting a lot of effort into that, and that's been paying him rewards. Niels Feijer consistently juggling his fitness with his pool. Very avid cyclist. And I know he clocks up the kilometres up in Denmark, where he resides with his family. And you may even get a glimpse of one of his daughters in the background come to support him here in Belgium. And Niels wouldn't have expected a miss on the 5 there, but has. Didn't leave it hanging out for Luca, but where that 6 ball is, he has options. Can just focus on the safe, may elect to play the bank as well.
And on table number 5, Yanick against table number 5.
It's early days, so maybe we'll get a little glimpse of his strategy for this match at this opportunity. Fully stretching. He's gone for the bank on a full stretch. Made the bank. Made it look easy. Held great shape for the 6. Well, we won't be seeing many mistakes from either player, I fear, in this match. But when and if they do arise, you would expect their opponent to jump on it. And with that opening bank shot from Luca, he may just pinch the first one against the fire break. Just floating the cue ball back up for the 9. We'll take the 9 into the bottom right corner. Just taking his time. You see an Englishman out in the background there, taking on Evo Arts, Carlo Biazzi. Yeah, Luca just taking his time over that. I think he wanted to be a little bit straighter on it. Makes it, takes the opening rack in this race to 8, and will now get the break. Yeah, my mistake. Poor eyesight and judgment. Evo Arts is actually taking on the young Finn. Carlo Blasi is to play a little later against Willy Brouwer. Now, our first look at Luca's break. Both players making the 1 comfortably in the side pocket. The difference being Luca does not have a look on the 2. Oh. Looks like Luca has been asked to take his top off. Very fortunate not to have a hall full of ladies. I'm sure they'd have been screaming at that. Now, Luca has got his jump stick with him. Does have the option to play a push here because it's off the break. After making that bank shot, must feel his offense is on point. This would really send a message out to Niels. Wasn't far away. Where is the 2 going to finish up? It's coming behind the 6. And that will be safe. Tap on the table. Kneels back to the table with no real look at this 2 at all. And where that 8 ball is, the 1 rail escape doesn't look to be on, but is there a gap between the 8 and the side pocket? If there's a gap to be found, he may be able to make the 1 railer onto the 2. Bit of left-hand effect, perhaps, to encourage the cue ball. And that will be a foul. 6 drops, cue ball drops. Not a good result for Niels here. And Luca just coming round to check if there is enough of a gap to see the 5 to the top right. From this angle it certainly looks like that. I wonder if Luca's brother has got this on at work. Just needs to be a little bit careful here. I mentioned about finding enough of a gap for the 5 to go, and it looks like it does, but depending on where he leaves the cue ball here, he's very likely to be running into the 7. May just be able to play this and just run the cue ball through with the 7 coming down towards the short rail. Looks like he's going to draw though. And does that work out? No, it doesn't. And I did feel that was asking a little bit too much. The way the 7 ball was coming down onto the short rail, I felt keeping the cue ball the other side of the 7 would have been better. Now Luca needs to come up with a big shot here. Did so in the last rack to great effect. He's taking it on. He used all the pocket, but to great effect. The cue ball hasn't slowed down though. I think he was looking for that to slow up so he could play the 8 into the side pocket. Maybe he still can. He's just got to overcut it slightly as the 8's down below the centre line. Has made it. Cue ball narrowly misses the 9. Finished nice and straight for the 9, but that cue ball just resting on the long rail makes this a little trickier. Just needs to be treated with a bit more caution. As you can see, Otto Alkinen in his chair playing Evo Arts there. Watching Evo scratch off the break. Back to Luca with this straightish 9. Take a 2-0 lead and has made it. That will bring Niels back for his second break. And well, great opening signs for Luca there. Just as I mentioned about Alkinen and Evo in the background there, if you want to keep updated with the scores, they're all live on qscore.com. Just do a search for the Belgian Open, CUETEC, it will come up. Fixtures times, table numbers. You can match them up with our stream tables. Seven of them for this event. We are spoilt for choice, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you do stay for this one though. Luca, Niels Fire. This has got all the makings of fireworks, especially Luca taking a quick lead, 2-rack lead. We are in the morning here in Oostende. That will certainly wake up anyone. So Niels looking at this too. Certainly will want to attack this, but needs to be particular for the 3 because the 8 is hampering if he stays high on it. Well, he's made sure he's come low. That cue ball's run a little bit more than he'd ideally have liked. Might be running into the 8 here as well, which makes this shot a little bit more precarious. Made sure of the pot. The cue ball run through nicely. The 8's run up though, maybe to spoil the party on the 7. Niels just having a look there. Does look tight. Back to the 4 though. If the 7 doesn't pass the 8, it doesn't pass the 9 either to the top left. So we'll just need to be quite particular on the 6. Which is what he's just had a look at there. 7 could play to the left side pocket. However, that might not be what Niels has in mind. As you can see, the table for the Finn and the Dutchman over there. Table 3 if you're looking on the scores sheets. We also have this, table 1 and table 2 taking place on this first floor. And the match that we were talking about during our opener, where Zolnocki was 4-0 down, that match back to 6 apiece. That is turning into a real clanger of a match. Now, I mentioned about the 7 into the left side pocket. That's what Niels has left. Elected not to do too much with the cue ball off the 6. Just needs to take care of this. Has done. This 8 and 9 to get Niels off the mark. Bring the scoreline back to 2-1. It will be Luca's break next. So Luca will have an opportunity to regain his 2-0 lead. As you can see on the right hand side there, Niels' daughter supporting, little clap on the leg, lovely bit of support. Now Luca will be looking to get back that 2-0 lead and keep Niels at bay. Both making the 1 ball off the break. While we're waiting for him to break, I will have a quick look at the current scores going on. As I mentioned, back on that other table, the Belgian Maurits Loyrens 6-6 with Oliver Zolnocki now. And the other table over there, Olkinen from Finland is 1 apiece with Evo Arts. And well, it just looks like Luca's just popped for a quick respite. He won't be too long, and that'll give me a bit more of a chance to bring some more scores to you. From the UK, Matthew Wrigley, 3-0 up on Sergio Gonzalez Paez from Spain. Willie Brouwer has just kicked off from the Netherlands against Carlo Blasi of the UK. It's 1-0 up as we get back to Luca's break, making the 1. Does have a look at the 2, but the cue ball has come down onto this short rail. Just makes this a little bit trickier. The benefit is, doesn't need to do too much with the cue ball to get shape on the 3. And Luca just waiting for other players to make shots. Great respect. This 3 at this 2-3 could be the bigger shot of this pattern. Had to play it like that to hold for the 3. Has done. Played that really well considering he had to just wait for another player to complete their shot. Now 3-4, and this will be a great opportunity for Luca just to get back that 2 rack lead. Yeah, navigates around the 4 nicely. Well, both players making balls off the break, getting position on the 2. They're starting to run for fun. This 2 rack advantage for Luca could prove very beneficial if both players are going to start breaking this strong. And a little wry smile from Luca. Again, just not finishing exactly where he wants the cue ball. Now may need to come across the table once and twice to get back out for the 7. Yeah, he's just taking a little bit of extra time, don't blame him. Yeah, plays it well. Long rail, back out for the 7. Needs to avoid the 8 here. And if he can, puts himself in a great position to regain that 2 rack lead, bring the scoreline to 3-1. Yeah, played that well. Played that well. Finished great on this 9. Scoreline back to 3-1 would keep him in pole position, you have to say, in this alternate break format. Yeah, Neil's looking on out of his chair. will be him to break now in this race to 8. Just having a quick look, that absolute clanger over on table 2 between Moritz and Oliver Solnocki. Well, that's back to 7-7 now. Both players on the hill. And I'm very fortunate that that match is taking place right next to where I'm sat. So I have the privilege of watching both play out. Will this match turn into a tightly fought contest as on that table? Well, we'll have to have a look. Neil's to break, trailing 3 racks to 1. Has been making the 1 ball off the break. And does again. What is he going to get on the 2? Well, the 2 nearly dropped in the same pocket. He may have shape on this. I think he has. Good spread of the balls. 2 to 3. Looks quite elementary. Neil's just checking how he wants to finish for position on the 4. And that's what you feel will be the key shot here. 6 over to the 7, 7 back over to the 8 is not that difficult. Now, how's he finished on the 3? I think he may just have to freeze the cue ball here and take a thinner cut on this 4. He's looking where he can bring the cue ball back to there, but I'm not too sure that's the best play with the 6 and the 8 threatening. Yeah, now he's coming up to have a look at taking the thinner cut. I think he'd be able to avoid the 6 if he has to swing the cue ball round for the 5. When he's going for... It looks like he's going to put deep draw on. That's the line he wanted. Oh, he's played that really well. Rubbed the green 6. Finished low on the 4. As long as that 9 ball doesn't come into play. Good position here to bring the scoreline back to 3-2. Should just be able to use, I was going to say the short rail and just float back up. Neil's electing to use 2 rails to great effect, and now has good shape to bring the cue ball back across for the 7. And again, as I mentioned, both players making that 1 ball consistently, getting shape on the 2. Break and runs coming aplenty. Now, a little gentle draw for the 8. And well, Niels is not going to let Luca extend that 2-rack lead by the look of it. Bit similar to the scoreline in our first match of today. Coming down centre table. little bit more of a cut on the 9 than he ideally would have wanted, but this should prove no problem. And this will be for another break and run. More importantly, scoreline back 3-2. Centre pocket. And that will bring Luca back out of his chair for his third break. Scoreline back to 3-2. Little look down at the table, bottom right there. That's Solnoki at the table. As I mentioned, 7 apiece there, with the shape on the 6. The other table just up there. Our Finnish player, Otto Olkinen, 3-1 up against Ivo Arts. Yeah, Solnoki, certainly a contender this week. And on this table, 2 more contenders meeting up already. Luka Galic still in the lead. Scoreline 3-2. And yet again making that 1 with shape on the 2. Both players getting great rewards from their break. Will make it a little bit tougher to reduce the 2-rack deficit if Luca does keep that. So Niels is going to need a mistake from Luca. Well, here's a little look at that. We have another 5 matches underway. Ooh. And yep, Oliver Zolnoki did close out that rack, and well, what a result for the Hungarian lad. From 4-0 down, brings that match back to a hill thriller and takes it, putting Moritz into the losers bracket. Well, Luca's put a lot of thought into this too. I'm wondering if the 6 is just hampering his easy path for position on the 3. As I mentioned, 5 other matches that I haven't mentioned yet. Mark Bijsterbosch is 5-1 up against the Curaçao player, Alain France. Kevin Lanoy, good friend of the Belgian teams here, 3-4 down against Mohamed Soufi. Ralph Suke, the Kaiser, 3-0 up against the Belgian Liam Ratsen. And another exciting matchup over on table 8. Eclen Kaçi, 4-2 up on the Frenchman Alex Montpellier. I'll keep you updated with the scores. Back to Luca for this 2-ball. Didn't like it. He didn't like it because of where that 6 was. He's looked to play that 2-ball around the table to hide the cue ball behind the 6. 2-ball contacted heavy with the 3. I mentioned Niels is going to need a mistake from Luca. A lot of players wouldn't think of this as a mistake, but it is. Good opportunity for Niels now to either put Luca in trouble or maybe even attack this blue 2. Don't see the value in the attacking option here. A good possibility of bringing the 4 and the 7 into play. Up at the top of the table. Not giving us anything to work with in the box, keeping us guessing. From the overhead, my favourite view, I would suggest, well, yeah, my colleague Jimmy just pointing out there is a line to glance off the blue 2 to bring the cue ball behind the 4-7. Maybe he's just a bit worried about where that 2 will end up. Oh. Not too sure exactly what was going through his mind there. I'm not too sure he was looking to put the cue ball into an object ball to slow it down. Going for the pot even. Was going aggressive. Wasn't able to capitalise on Luca's mistake. More importantly, left Luca back in a good look on this 2. Made the 2. If the 4 passes the 7, you'd have to think this is a great opportunity. And from a look at the Croatian chap there, Luca thinks it does. I don't think it does. I think he'll need to play the cannon myself. Or move the 7 in the same shot. Not a bad effort. If anything, he's probably dressed up the combination a little bit friendlier. Still needs to be made, and still needs to get a look on the 4 as well. That bounce will help off the long rail. He has played that nicely. Played that very nicely. Has options now for this 6. And, well, you have to say, or I will rather, Niels needed a slip-up from Luca. And, well, we won't expect either player to make many slip-ups, but that, you have to think, was one. Niels went on the offence, by the looks of it, getting aggressive with the 2, with no reward. So you'd have to consider that an opportunity missed for the Dutchman. Little squint from Luca. Would have liked a bit more of an angle to work with off this 8 ball. It's coming down nicely. Looked like it was going to go a bit more centre table to make this 9 trickier. It hasn't. Just to get that 2-rack lead again could prove really important in this race to 8. And after a nice build-up, a bit of anticipation, Luca Galic regains that really important 2-rack lead. Scoreline 4-2. Niels fired to break. Top of the screen there. Our Finnish Otto Olkkonen 3-3 against Ivo Aerts. The table that's free just now is from the result from Oliver Zolnocki, who has progressed through against Moritz Lorenz. Moritz will go into the losers bracket. Bit of a longer route to get to the last 16. I'll keep you abreast of what's coming up on table 2 shortly. Niels Fire, well, not only needs to hold his break, as so to speak, will need to take one against Luca in the very least to get this scoreline back to level. 4-2 he trails. Making the 1 and the 2. is there a gap for the 3? Would be very lucky if he's left a gap between the 8-6 there. Can't get a good look at his face. He's not giving away much. But if he can't get a look at this 3, he may be forced into a push. Or is he pushed into a jump? No, he will be playing the push. And this is something which, well, I grew up to very much appreciate from Niels. He was one of the first players I saw that would push the cue ball into a position for an easier jump shot. Many players just immediately giving it back to Niels. Niels stepping up and making the jump, so I'm sure Luca will be fully aware of that. He's now summing up his options. Does he want to take this jump on, or is he going to give it back to Niels? I'm sure Niels is thinking, gimme, 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 gimme. A little tilt of the head from Luca. He knows exactly what Niels has done here. He's coaxed him into a spot, and he's going to have to make a decision. He knows if he gives this back to Niels, and Niels pops this 3 ball in, he's going to be bitterly disappointed. Oh. Well, in our previous match between Yanick, Bongers and the Albanian, well, the Albanian made 2 beautiful jump shots. This will be the first one we'll see from Niels. Will he make this 3? Oh, he wasn't far away. How's that 8 ball looking? May have got away with it. May have leaked enough of an edge of this 3. Luca having a look very quickly. I think that would suggest he can at least see it. Shaping up for a kick and stick. I played that fantastically, wanting to come just off the edge of the 3 to promote the cue ball over towards the 9. Done that to great effect. Well, is that a small shift in the advantage of this 7th rack? Difficult to tell. There is a chance this 3 ball will go into the top left pocket, depending how he catches it. Caught it 1 rail. And well, the 3's tracked to a position where it won't pass the 5. There is a thin cut though to the other corner pocket. Doesn't look immediately obvious. May even elect to go safe here. I wouldn't blame him doing so. Yeah, looking to be precise with this cue ball. He's done half the job putting the 3 behind the 5. Oh, and from this angle he's played that really well. Again, a 1/2 rail escape for Niels, but he's coming to the table with not a lot to look at, and that's not a bad ploy from Luca. Now, if he can get behind this red 3, he could freeze the cue ball pretty much to the spot. He's had a good look at the angles. 1 rail, 2 rail behind. Oh, played it well. The cue ball has stopped. The 3's caught the 4. But the 5 has come to the rescue. Great shot from Niels there. Tap on the table from Luca of appreciation. Oh, this is really turning into a battle. Great stuff. Well, Luca has the option to go airborne. A lot of distance between it and the 3. Well, Luca doesn't give too much away, let's be honest, but there was just a look of resignation about him there that, oh, I'm going to have to jump this now. So he's gone back for his jump stick. Did go airborne. Wasn't far away, but very, very difficult jump shot for Luca to take on there. Was forced into it. Maybe that was the look of resignation from him. Hasn't made it. Has left this 3 on to the bottom left corner past the 9. And well, the cue ball should track nicely back across the table for the 4 into the same pocket, you feel. The 7 could come into play. Wow. Got good cue ball. And that's the most positive you can get from that, Luca. Well, he's having a look. If he can just get behind the 3, that would probably mean he's got to go 2 rails to achieve that. Does have an option of jumping the 4 to get on this 3, to develop something off the 3. Be interesting to see where he hopes the cue ball to go from this approach. Oh, and he needed to just contact it as well. Didn't. And that, one of the rare mistakes from both of these players. And not bad timing for Niels. He does need something to be able to get the scoreline back to level. And that needs to start from a mistake from Luca, you feel. This is one, ball in hand. Six, both bottom right, bottom pockets available. So we'll not need to do too much off the 5. Floats up for the orange 5 now, and yep, a bit of an angle to work with. If he does bring it across 2 rails, he'll be coming across the potting line. So may elect, yeah, to play it past the 9 into the bottom left corner or top right from this angle. Centre pocket, brings the cue ball back out towards the centre of the table, leaving an angle to come back across for the 8. Neil's just waiting for a fellow countryman, Evo Arts, to finish at the table, who has actually scratched against the fin. Otto. Neil's looking to bring the scoreline back to 1. More importantly, to get back to the table with the break and a chance to bring it back to all square. That he does. And well, Luca up to the table to help bring the balls out. Luca's break, 4-3, in the lead. Will not want to let Niels bring it back to all square if he can help it. Would like to keep that healthy lead. Well, Luca in a bit of trouble here. Wants to contact the 2. Looks like the 1 rail is not on. And as I mentioned, quite busy here at Taverne de Klokke. And just on the odd occasion, players just needing to let their neighbours complete their shots. Great opportunity for us just to keep an eye on the scores as they're coming in, of course. Looks like on the table that Zolnocki's just finished on, we have a matchup between the Albanian Ernesto Gioni, takes on the brother of Yanick, Quinten Bongers, in a race to 8. You might just see in the left hand side of your screen there a brief little look of Quinten. So Luca back in trouble again. Jumps, catches an edge of the blue 2, but the cue ball hasn't slowed down and is coming back up the table. And we'll leave a cut on for Niels. And will this be the opportunity for Niels to bring the scoreline back to 4-4? Will come down to how he can get shape on the 3 here. At 9. Maybe just causing a little bit of a nuisance for Niels' natural path. Oh, he's avoided the 6. Oh. Made that look a lot easier than it was to find this position on the red 3. And to see Otto and Ivo taking the balls out the pockets over there. Was 4-4. Ivo Art's just taking that last rack. He's now 5-4 up. Otto to break. Back to the action here. Niels Fire, after playing a great shot to get position on the 3, now finds himself sitting pretty. 4 to 5. Not much to do from the 5 to get to the 6. Couple of stop shots, and you feel Niels will be back to 4-4. You have to say, a couple of good safeties from Niels has really got him back in this. It can be difficult to keep these players at bay in the safety game. Just goes to show how good his safety game is, and that may and should reap him rewards here, bringing the scoreline back to 4-4. Match all square at the halfway point in this race to 8. Oh, second match on this table, and it's already turning into just as a thrilling encounter. I mentioned about the match between Otto and Ivo in the left-hand side of the screen there. Underneath, as you can see at the table, Quentin Bongers and the Albanian Ersto Njono. That score, well, looks to be 1-0 to the Albanian. I think that is now 1 apiece. I will just double check that for you in a moment. Niels Fire ready to break off in this 9th rack. The scoreline now back to all level after Luca Galic was just maintaining that 2-rack lead. And again, both players making balls off the break, cutting that 1. Look at where the 9's gone. This, well, you have to say, probably one of the nicest breaks of the pick, but they've all been very, very good from both players. Now, looks to have a bit of an angle on the 3. May need to just put a bit of a shot in here to get the cue ball back across for the 5. Has done that. Well, after making 3 balls off the break, it certainly does make the pattern that bit easier. Now looking for 5 to 6. Was looking like the cue ball was going to come back across the table pretty close to where it was. And will this be the first time in this match that Niels Fire gets to taste the lead? It's certainly looking that way. And what a time to do it. This for 5-4, race to 8. First time in the match, Niels Fire in the lead. That will now just start to ask a couple of questions to Luca. He will get the break. Well, Luca and Niels been breaking very well in this match. Not much to pick between them. This time the 1 ball does not make the side pocket, but other balls have. How is that 6 sitting? I think it's hampering that one. And not often have we seen players not having a shot after the break. On this rare occasion we have. And what can Luca do here? There's a lot of traffic down at this end of the table. He may play the 1 into the 6 and just focus on cue ball. He's played it up and down. Needs that cue ball to stop somewhere on that short rail. It's not. It's probably bounced out a ball and a half. Leaves a very, very thin cut on from Niels. And where the 3 is, there may be no value in attacking this, but... Well, now Faton's tasted the lead. He may have different ideas. In the background there, Otto Olkinen at the table, trailing 4-5 against Evo Arts. And Niels taking a real good look at this 1. I can only imagine the dance in his head right now is attack or defense. He certainly knows what his attack will be. He does have a big 3 ball he could aim to put the cue ball behind. May even just want to glance off the right hand edge. Oh, still hasn't given much away from his body language. A part of me wants him to go on the attack here. Got a double kiss out of that. Where is the 1 going to end up? Not in a favourable position for the Dutchman. Now, Luca can certainly take the 1 on here. The 3 ball is hampered to the bottom left corner from the 7. Not too sure if he's got flat enough to be able to manoeuvre into the 3. No, he doesn't. Now, he's come up to have a look at the 6. Is he going to try and put the cue ball behind there? If so, just wants to focus on this cue ball. That's what he's gone for. How's the pace? Pace looks good. Ooh. Pace is good. He's left a jump for Niels. Full length of the table. But the 6 ball quite close to the cue ball, so just needs to send it on its way and get it over the 6. However, not guaranteed to get safe. Could be a big point in this match for Niels. Gets safer from this. May give him an opportunity to come back to the table and extend his lead. If not, Luca could very well pull the scoreline back to level. Ooh. Avoids the scratch, but that 3 ball has not contacted anything and has fired right back up the table for Luca. Now, how soft can he play this? Because if the 5 passes the 7, he may want to just drop this in to hold the cue ball. Otherwise, the cue ball's going to do some travelling. He's having a look. I think that 5 passes the 7, you know. And if so, it means he's got to play this dead weight. Cue ball. Yeah, any harder, that cue ball was running up behind the 8. Has played it well. Left shape on the 5 to come off the long rail back out for the 6. And yeah, 2 shots from Niels not going his way. Oh, as Luca catches the 7 on the way to the pocket, a little bit of a nod from him. Maybe felt that was always going to be a possibility. Gets Niels back to the table. And this is the opportunity he's really wanted in this match. You feel with a 2-rack lead, he can just start to tie it up a little bit more. Just so in the background, Otto Olkinen taking a 6-5 lead over Ivo. Arts. Every table out there looks to be exciting. I'll bring you some updates after this rack. But wow, some big names out there too. It's really starting to heat up in this penultimate day. Niels Fayen heating up too. He's staring down the barrel of a 6-4 lead here, when up until very recently he was the one trailing by 2 racks. This to take his first 2-rack lead of the match at a very important time in this race to 8. 6-4 to Niels with the break. Over on the other tables, I mentioned about Otto and Ivo. Otto 6-5 up there. Willy Brouwer from the Netherlands is 5-1 down against the Brit Carlo Blasi. We have Jani Slekkonen of Finland. Some great Finn players here represented. 6-4 up on Jan Salim. And our other table being played down here on the first floor. Table 2, Ernesto Gioni trailing 1 rack to 2 against the Dutch hopeful Quentin Bongers. Niels to break, leading 6 racks to 4 in this race to 8. As with Luca, just missing that 1 ball in the side pocket, nothing else dropping. Try, break, a little bit of a swipe of the chalk in frustration from Niels, but he's not really left much for Luca, or has he? I'd have to say no. And yep, as he just moved his head there, you see the line he's got. He can hit this one thin, but I would dare say not thick enough to take the pot on. So Luca's going to have to make a decision here. Could play the push if he wanted to. Well, he's played that very well. Got a great result. Niels with the 1 rail escape. Played it on purpose that way, to encourage the cue ball to dance up the table. The 1 has come back into the centre down near the short rail. It's not safe. Luca can see both sides of this one. He's gone for the cut, made the cut. Where's the cue ball going? Into the 6. Luca not getting it his own way at this stage of the match, and sometimes you just feel you've got to bring it to you rather than letting it come to you. This is the time. If he doesn't like this, he could certainly put the cue ball behind the 6 or 8. It's gone the other way. Played the 2 into the 8 and has brought the 9 into play. Well, struggling to see if Niels is out with the jump stick. No, he's not. He's with his playing stick at the moment. He's having a look. Yeah. I've got a feeling Niels is having a look at just jumping onto the right-hand side of the blue 2. There is a chance the 8 will track towards the top left pocket. Well, he did get the right-hand side of the 2. The 8 did track in that vicinity, but didn't drop. And, well, that cue ball has landed on the short rail. There may be a small edge for Luca here. Is it enough of an edge for it to pass the 5? I think it is. He's looking at what shape he wants to get on the 3. He did make it. Got shape on the 3. A little bit of an angle, but maybe not enough to be able to bring the cue ball back to a similar shape where it is now. So may play underneath this, across underneath the 9, taking the longer 4 on. Yeah, that's what he's played. And that second bounce, perfect. Wants to finish this low side on the 5 off this 4, so the cue ball will naturally track down for the 6. It's done just that. Our Croatian man spends quite a bit of time in Split and Germany. I think he splits his time between the two. And I have to say, both him and his brother very loyal on the European circuit, and great friends of not only the Klokke, Oostende and this Belgian Open, but also OrangeForks. We've had them at a few of our events, and it has made for great entertaining viewing, both on and off the table. Great fun, both him and his brother. Now this 8, to just run this cue ball Off 2 rails for the 9. Bring the scoreline. Oh, is that cue ball running on enough? Looks like it has done, but again, a bit of a similar 9 ball to what Luca left himself the last time. Has to make it, you feel. Does not want to be putting his opponent on the hill through a mistake, especially a missed 9 ball. This to bring the scoreline back to 6-5. Has done indeed, and will bring the scoreline back to 6-5. 1 in it. Luca to break at this CUETEC Dynamic Billiard WNT Belgian Open. It is double elimination, so either player, or rather the losing player from this match, will move into the losers bracket, have a bit more of a longer route to go, but all not lost. However, both Luca and Niels will not want that to be a possibility, both looking to get through strong with a win. Again, last couple of breaks been a little bit, well, you'd like to say sloppy. That cue ball, the 1 ball, has not been making the side pocket. And we've had a few squints from both players this time, though. Niels has been left a good look on the 1. As you can see, the 3 up there is in a bit of a cluster. You would ideally like to develop that cluster, but sadly the 2 ball is back down at this end of the table, so there would be really no value in attacking that 3. That may put Niels in a position where he pots the 1 and looks to go safe off the 2, because where at the 2 is, he could freeze the cue ball up behind the 9. Has options. While he's summarising his options, I just want to bring you a quick update from the match over on table 3. Ivo Arts against Otto Okkanen. Scoreline 7-5 to the Finn on the hill. More importantly, as you can see in the left hand side of your screen, he's at the table. The Finn playing out of his skin against Ivo Arts. Great stuff. Niels, now he's played for potting position on this 3, blue 2, to get position up for the 3. As you can see, he's having a good look at it. Coming above it would indicate that there may be a pocket available. More importantly, great opportunity to play a safe otherwise. Looking to bring it around the 5. 1, 2, maybe 3, 4 rails. That's 1, 2, but the pot is not made. What does that mean for the cue ball? Well, the cue ball has stayed out in the open somewhat. The blue 2, I will say it looks like it passes the 5. What the value in that would be, well, Luca will let us know on that. I quite fancy him playing safe here, although so far Niels getting the better of the safety battle.
On table number 4, Kim practice Arsen Sebastianov against Mustafa Kodelski, table 4, and on table number 5, Nicholas Door against Oliver Zonocki, table 5.
Well, Galich not giving anything away from his body language. And it doesn't look like the options he's identified at the moment look at all appetizing for the Croatian, so be interesting to see his decision-making process here. You got to feel, if he doesn't feel the pot is on, he's going to need to go safe. He does have a 5, 9 and 4 as options to try and get a cue ball behind. And he is looking like he might play the 2 straight down the table, back up towards the 7. I don't mind that shot, but if it doesn't get good cue ball, he may find himself in a spot of bother afterwards. So although a poor shot from Niels, it has put Luca in a spot of bother. He's just waiting for a few of the players to come up past the table, up for their match coming up. Well, that was a little bit more indicative from Luca. He still hasn't summarised completely. He's now going to be forced into it whether he likes it or not. What's he decided to do? Well, intended or not, he played the 2 onto the 9. The 9 didn't go anywhere beneficial. The 2 stayed out. It's quite close to the 6, but it looks like from Niels' posture that the 2 passes the 3 into the top right corner, but what value he will get from that and what he can expect to get off the 3, well, not conclusive. Looks like we have a result from table 3. It appears Otto Alkanen has beaten Ivo Arts and will progress through. Ivo into the losers bracket. The Finn playing well. We still have a couple of others left in the last 50. Jani Slekkinen has just beaten Jan Salim 8-5. And coming up, we will see another fellow countryman, Arseny Sebastianov. So Finland representing very well in the Belgian Open here in Oostende. Niels has gone for the 2. Blind pocket, makes it. Develops the 3, or does he? No, is the answer. But a very innovative shot to try and open it up. Where the 7 sits, if he can slide the 3 past the 7 and hold the cue ball, he may take that on, but I think just from his gesture there, that cue ball's going to just pop out into the open past the 7 a bit. Can he fin off the 3, the right hand side of it, as we look from this angle, and do something with the cue ball? Might be his only option. Both Luca and Niels in this 12th rack just feeling it a little bit and finding themselves in a bit of a conundrum.
And on table number 3, Anthony van der Bussen against Wien Borgström. Table number 3.
Well, he's had a look at that 4 ball. How thin can he catch this 3? And will he look for that gap between the rail and the 4? Couldn't catch it thinner. Cue ball has contacted the 4. It's left Luca with a look on the 3. a good chunk of the 3. Well, he's eyeing up the potting angle there. I'm wondering if he can see this as a bit of a two-way shot, where he will bring the cue ball round behind the 9-5. Oh, I think he was looking for the 3 just to contact the 8 to stay there, but regardless, has got great cue ball. Although Niels, with the lead, the narrowest of leads, 6-5 in this race to 8, he now finds himself at the table with no look at this 3 ball. In our other matches currently underway, got a couple of results in for you. On top of Otto Olken beating Ivo Arts, we have Matthew Wrigley has beaten the Spaniard Sergio González Paez. Mark Bijsterbusch from the Netherlands through 8-5 against Alan Franz of Curaçao. Mohamed Soufi beating Kevin Lanoy 8-4. And Ralph Suke, the Kaiser, coming out the blocks. 8-0 win over the Belgian Liam Ratson. As Niels Fire scratches the cue ball. Important point of this match. The shot from Luca providing too much trouble for him there. And now, ball in hand. 4 to the 5. You would have to argue is going to be the key shot here. But Luca would fancy the scoreline being all square after this visit. He just seems to be a little bit more conscious of the traffic around him in the pool hall. I hope that does not affect his concentration too much, but that is one of the unique brands that Oostende and Taverne de Klokke bring to this tournament. It's unique in a few ways, and one of them is the energy, vibe, and environment that you play in. Can be a bit loud, can be a bit busy. And Luca, with an angle, looks like he's just going to smack it into the long rail with a bit of check spin. I'm not too sure that's where he wanted it. I fancied him coming back across the table a bit more to play it into the top left. Now he may need to go for the thin cut. He's taken the thin cut on. How's the pace? Pace is good. Good position now for the Croatian to bring the scoreline back to all square. Will leave us in a race to 2 in this race to 8 matchup. And from both these players making balls off the break, specifically the one ball, the last few breaks have been a little bit shabby. Now, that does reward us at home with a great back and forth and safety battles, but it's a bit more uncertain for the players out there, as Luca, well, he doesn't look best pleased, but I'm sure inside he is. Scoreline 6 apiece. Niels taking an opportunity for a quick comfort break, and that will allow me to bring you a couple of updates on the scores. Well, we have a couple of matches kicking off right now. Davy de Lee of Belgium will be taking on Jan van Leerop. Looks like Jan already off to a good start there. Leads 1-0. And another Belgium-Netherlands matchup. Tim Jonkman against Alexander Jensch. That's just kicked off. No score to report from back there. It looks like we have a result from the Finn Jani Slekkinen. He's beaten Jan Salim. That would have been a tough matchup for him. Well done to the Finn. And on this table at the bottom of our screen, as Quentin Bongers takes on the Albanian Ernesto Gioni. Well, they're getting quite deep in that match. Ernesto 5-3 up on Quentin. Quentin's brother progressing through with success in his opening match today. Yanick. Quentin looking to do likewise, but he's going to have to do it from a 2-rack deficit there. And looks like Ernesto at the table, as you can see. And it also looks like we have a result between the matchup between Kaçi and Alex Montpellier. That was a tight match. Kaçi winning 8-6. Again, if you want to keep up to date with the scores, please do visit qscore.com. If you're enjoying the stream, please do like, share and subscribe. 7 tables streamed to you from Belgium. Fantastic. More action than you can poke at with a stick. Niels Fayen racking the balls up for their 13th rack. 6 apiece, race to 8. Short race to 2 now. You have to feel Niels Fayen with a small advantage getting the break here, although the last few breaks have been a bit shaky from both players. Making the 1 this time. But that was it. Just the 1. The 2 has hung out nicely. The 2-3 is not too shabby. Depends how much that cue ball is going to track towards the 5. I'm sure Niels will be able to do something to navigate that, but just needs to be considered. Yeah, he's having a good look. Can he draw around the 5-4? That's what he's done. Needs the cue ball to slow down though. Picked up a lot of pace. Bit of disappointment from the Terminator here. However, I don't mind his options for getting a safety from this position. However, you feel he was looking to keep the foot on the pedal, and this position is going to slow that up a smidge. So now, having a good look and a good think about what are the options of this 3. Could just play this gently and bring the 8 in between the 2. Could also take this 3 on to the centre pocket. We saw a similar attempt from Niels at pace, missed. Whether or not that's going through his mind right now. Needed to make sure of it. Has put the cue ball around the 7. Very important positional shot there for Niels. Maybe reaching over the 7 a little, which might hamper his cueing. But that shot really kept him in contention for this rack. There were certainly options to go safe. Niels feeling he needs to grab this match by the scruff of the neck. Plays it well. Left a good shape on the 8, on the orange 5 ball here. Needs to be a little bit careful about position on the 6, as the 9 is quite close to it, and the 8, which means if he doesn't finish straight on this, he could start moving other balls. I think he has. He should be able to draw back past the 9 and not move it. Anything but straight on the 7, you feel he'll be in great position to come back across for the 8. So with the advantage of the break coming into this 13th rack, Niels will be looking to get to the hill first. How valuable that will prove to be, well, we'll find out, but it's the best he could do from now. Yeah. 8 into the top left. Options for the 9. Left centre or in the same pocket as the 8. This cut on the 9 in the centre to take the lead back. More importantly, to get to the hill first. 7-6, race to 8. Luca not really putting many feet wrong. Neither Niels. Entertaining for us at home. 6-7 is the scoreline for Luca, trailing. Luca to break. Needs to win this to take us to a hill decider. The loser will move through to the loser's bracket. So all is not lost for the loser, but still it will be a longer route to get through to the last 16. Luca Galich to break. 6 racks to 7. He trails. Back to making the 1 in the centre. Both him and Niels on that occasion. How's the 2 going to dress up? I think it's dressed up all right. You just saw a little clench of anticipation from Luca there. I think he was fearing the worst with the 2. As it's turned out, the pep in the step has returned, and this a great opportunity. I have lost count of the break and runs. I am sorry, ladies and gentlemen. So much going on here at the Klokke. Matches galore. Great plays. Great environment. He's just taking another look at where he wants to finish for the 4 off this 3 ball. Looks quite natural just to come up centre table. You feel if he finishes straight on the 4, he will be in good position. That's what he's played for, that's what he's done. Just on the other table to the left of the screen, match up in losers round 1 between the Belgian Anthony van den Busche. And another Finn, Viel Borgstrom. I have to say, great for Finland contingency here. Great fun around the arena as well. And still quite a few Finnish flags on the Q score sheet. So I wonder if we'll see a few of them appearing in the last 16 and coming back tomorrow. Right now it's Luca Galic with an opportunity to bring the scoreline back to level. More importantly, that will be Hill. Hill will be down to a decider. Needs to take these 4 balls to do it though. Played this well. Just needs to draw the 7 back a smidge, as the 8 wouldn't go to the bottom right. You have to say this looks very good for the Croatian here. Arguably still the advantage with Niels, because he will have the break into the decider, and a side of 3 or 4 scrappy breaks between them in the latter stages. The last few from both players have been business as usual. Oh, he's played it well. And this 9, we'll see a shake of the hands between the players once these balls are racked. 7 apiece. Hill, Hill. Great climax. A little bit of confusion between a high five or a fist bump. A bit of a laugh from the guys. Well, some countries like to box and pump the fist. Some shake the hands. Some high five. At these international events can be a bit interesting to see how it plays out. This time it felt a little bit awkward, should we say, but it won't matter. Niels fine to break. Hill, Hill. This is as exciting as it gets. And we still have a whole more day and another day of play to come here in the CUETEC Belgian Open. And Niels making the 1. Got to look at the 2. The Magicballrack is in a little predicament, so we'll need Johnny, one of our fantastic officials here at the event, stroke Dorman. And now Niels has had a little bit more time to look at this 2 to 3. And although you'd feel the 2 to 3 is looking quite nice, that 4 ball doesn't have many pockets available for it. That 6 and 9 really spoiling the party for Niels here. So he's just gonna have to come up with the perfect angle on the 3. He's just looking now. If he can come underneath it, the 3 potted will open up the top right pocket for it as well. So that may give him a bigger target area to aim for. While Niels is just lining this up, got to tell you about the action going on on table 2 here. Exciting stuff. Ernesto Gioni of Albania locked at 5 apiece with Quinten Pongers. Neither player giving each other an inch in that match. Niels has had a real good look at how he wants to get shape on this 3. Not only will he need to get good shape on the 4, he's going to need to be able to hold for the 5 as well. He knows how important this is. Now he has a little angle to work with. Whether that's enough or not remains to be seen. As you can see from the overhead, it will take a good amount of pace to get the cue ball into that long rail and back out again. He's given it as much oomph as he can, and he's been rewarded with a bump on the 4. That opens it up for this bottom right corner. It's a thin one. Cue ball might be hitting the 6 as well. He's not going to get completely all his way in this remaining final rack. Can he hit the 6 thick enough with the cue ball to hold for the 5 in the centre? Ooh. Well, for Luca, there's nothing he can do in his chair now. He's got to expect either a mistake from Niels, or Niels is going to go down the safety route. I can't imagine he will do here, though. Is he going to look to avoid the 6 or use the 6? He's used the 6. He's potted the 6 as well. Held for the 5. It will go for this right side pocket. Niels just taking a moment, just wiping down the shaft, composing himself. These are the racks that can make champions. As you can see on the right hand side, his daughter looking over. Niels not completely comfortable. The action is close and abound around him. Recomposes himself. Makes the 5. Good pace on the cue ball. Was always a danger of wanting to hit that a bit too hard and leaving yourself funny on the 7. And again, you don't want to have to pick too much between these two players. They've not made many mistakes at all. Breaks have been very strong. Luca leading for the first half of the match. Niels just swinging it back in his favour, maintaining it. Needs the cue ball to run. I think it has. Well, the Dutchman, the Terminator, keeping us on the edge of our seats. Oh, played it into the short rail with check spin. It's taken a bit of pace out of the cue ball, but he's on. This 9 ball for a very, very useful win against a tough opponent. Niels Fayen with a big clench of the fist as he shakes Luca Galic's hands in this very tight contest, wins in, well, nail-biting fashion. Hill thriller. Luca will move through to the losers round. Niels progresses through. We will have more action coming up for you on this table. If you want to keep updated as to the schedule, please do visit qscore.com and do a search for CUETEC and the Belgian Open. Big thank you all for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We will be back very shortly with more 9-ball action. Don't go anywhere.
Power, precision, prestige, unleashing tour-level performance, built for the biggest stage. Powered by CUETEC, inspired by Matchroom, the 9-ball series.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2026 CUETEC Belgian Open. We got a winners round one match here between the two Dutch youngsters, Yanick and Mika van Berkel. We just at the lag and Mika's about to break for the first rack. Oof. That one ball was missed really badly. But he did make the two ball there, I think, so still at the table. Cue ball's a bit iffy to start with. But struck it with confidence, leaving himself a long shot on the three. So Mika played really well in this group stage, resulting in a first round bye, whereas Yanick had to play earlier today against the Albanian Faton Lamse. Probably butchering that pronunciation, but it is what it is. And he beat him 8-6 in that first round. Mika just earlier was looking at how to play shape on that 6 ball and deciding on leaving it on the short side, which automatically moves him towards the 7. Looks like he's starting the game with a break and run here. Nice easy 9 ball to finish off this first rack. Good start for the youngster. Does make that 1 ball, but I was gonna say it looks like the 2 ball is gonna roll safe. Definitely not one of the easiest spots, but I could see him go for it. Yeah, looking at the line that the cue ball will take after contacting the 2. bumping into the 9 ball, leaving shape on the 3. He's also looking at maybe playing it safe. Yeah, I did well. Pretty easy kick shot. Though. Yeah, if Mika can hit it from the back like he's pointing at, he might position the cue ball behind the 4, at least against the 4, making a possible more difficult out. Exactly that. I think he hasn't left the edge of the 2 ball there, but Yanick might be able to swerve around it. Needs to be careful of the cue ball done. He's jumping on it. This is a pretty difficult jump with the 6 ball positioned quite close to the 2 ball. Looks like he's going real first, but okay. Like I said, he had to be careful with the cue ball. That scratch was always on, but manages to avoid it. Still some work to be done, though. Left him some distance. There's an easy save, I would assume. Also, if he does attack, that 4 ball might hold up the cue ball there near to the 4 ball, which has to be potted next. But it looks like Mika's playing for the safety. It's not what he pointed at, but still left him no option to pot. He can clip the 3 ball and go back, move the cue ball back down table again. He's looking to go behind it. Nice little tactical battle here in the second rack. believe it. No, that 6 covers the direct pot. Might go rail first. Yeah, that's what Yanick wanted. Now he has an open table, and you would favor him winning this one. That does come up bit short. Now, either needs to hold it for a bit of a longer shot or go around the 8 ball, possibly to move closer towards the 6. Or do it like that. Still leaves a long shot, but expect him to make it. Said you expect him to finish the rack. Did come up short a bit on that 5 ball, but recovered nicely. Now he also has his first rack on the board, making it 1 hole. Looks like Mika switching it up a bit on the break, moving his cue ball more towards the center. Still not making the 1, but again makes the 2 and also the 3 now. And he has a shot on that 1 ball. And not a lot of problems at the table. Just needs to get good shape in the 6, I would say, to avoid contact with the 8, and that's it. So I'm looking at where he wants that shape on the 6. just a little bit off angle, so he can't draw it back, and the 7 might hamper him, so he might go forward. Then again, the 9 ball is pretty big, when he takes that line. He needs to come up with a big shot here. If you could draw it back to that real... Okay, well, I don't need to finish my thought. I was gonna say if he gets it back to that drill, he might be able to pot it into the right side pocket. But this will work as well. That is not a miss I saw coming up. So Yanick will jump at the chance to steal this rack away from Mika. Q-Ball's gonna do a lot of running these last couple of shots, I think. You saw him looking at a positional shot in the 7, and then ends up doing something completely different. Overrun it a little bit, but he still should be fine. Dropping it in, trying to avoid the 9 and then shoot it in. He's not dropping it in. So 1 down again. Shot on the 2. But then there's some work to be done. Three only goes into the left bottom pocket there. Not quite sure what he's looking at. Maybe playing safe, leaving his cue ball there. That's what he was looking at, seeing if he can avoid the 4. Now, does he have an edge of the 3 ball? Well, looks like he has more than an edge. That's 4. Nice save. Fully covered the 3 ball with the 5 ball. Looks to me like all the natural angles are covered by the other balls. I think that's what Mika's realizing himself as well. How do I get to that 3 ball and get it safe? Needs to be very careful about the 6 by the way he's trying to kick if he goes that way. At first glance it looks like a pretty easy save, and then when you start looking at it, that like everything is covered, and he needs to play something special just to hit the 3 ball here. It does hit the 3 ball, nearly makes the 4, nearly makes the 3, but ends up leaving somewhat of an open table now for Yanick. Looking now to see if that 6 goes by the 7, and also he can position his cue ball in a way that it doesn't get hampered by the 9. Because that would be the easiest way to play shape from this 5 ball here. It does look pretty tight to play it like that, but looks can be deceiving on a camera. The way he plays shape, pretty obvious it goes. Yeah, well. I'll draw it over the 8 there. Guessing he just plays it forward a little bit. Yeah, that's what he's looking at. And again, you see him looking at one thing, and then he's down on the shot, and he just doesn't feel it or whatever, because he suddenly changes his mind and plays a different shot and makes it. So yeah, it was the right choice in the end. So he takes a 3-1 lead. And that's 3 in a row for him. So Mika again with the break. This time makes the one ball. Another one down. Shape on that 4 is going to be key this rack, I would assume. Needs it to go a bit more. Yeah. Still trying to figure out how to get shape on the 4 in the different lines. Has he overdone it? Yeah, he might be able to clip it. You can just thin it there and move the cue ball up table. Just like so. Yeah. So I'm being joined by Gethin Davies. Gethin, welcome back.
Thanks, Kevin. And look at Yanick having a look at the Karam off the 4 onto the 9.
Yeah. I just noticed, I think they haven't updated the score. No, they have updated it on the tablet, but it's not registering on the stream at the moment. So it is 3-1 to Yanick.
Yeah, Yanick came through his opening match today really strong, Kev. Was trailing 2 racks through the first half of it and then just asserted dominance. Looks like he's doing similar to Mika here.
Oof. A lot of almosts. Almost scratched, almost made the 9, almost made the 6, and ended up with nothing.
No. And Mika might be able to get the cue ball up, tracking towards that 6 to take the 5 into the top left from the angle he's got. Looks quite straight though. Not straight enough. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a really small angle, I guess.
No.
It's going to take a long one.
Yeah, both these players know each other well. I'm sure they've met plenty of times.
You know, they started off playing pool in the same team.
Well, there you go. And sometimes it can be a little bit daunting just playing someone who you've played a lot against.
Yeah. That was back in the good old days when I was able to beat them.
But you were a giant to them then.
Oh yeah. I was going to say still, but it's they've grown quite a bit since then.
Yeah, Yanick certainly shot up.
Yeah, but so is Mika. He's not as tall as Yanick, but still went up a bit.
I tell you
in
what,
recent years.
I met Mika a few years ago in a one-pocket tournament, and you could just get that sense about him. He's a lovely lad, but when it comes down to the game, wow, his composure is second to none. and will always worry any opponent out there. So maybe they'll update the score now, but it's 3-2, isn't it, Kev?
Yeah, it is. So might be some connection issues at the moment, but we can see it on the tablet from here. Oh, now it's working. All right.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. As you can see out over the other tables, just at the bottom here, looks like Niels Feyen taking on
Kaçi.
little Kaçi. Here with Eklent. Yanick with his brother.
Yeah. Actually, Yannick's brother played the match before the match we just were mentioning, so Kaçi and Niels Feyen. And he lost 8-7.
On the hill.
Yeah.
It was quite close throughout while we were commentating on this table. I didn't realise it got that close at the end. Quinten has been out there in the social media for a little while now. Unintendedly went viral. Now, Yanick, the cue ball's going to be running a little bit here. To hold for the 4, he's going to need to kill that cue ball.
That's about the best he could do.
He's got a lovely little smirk on his face now and again, doesn't he?
And to be fair, like his brother got viral, and I think he taught quite a lot of people something about the rules they didn't know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have our own back channels, ladies and gentlemen, WhatsApp groups and what have you. And, well, many of us were first in to say, in that situation where the balls were frozen, it would be a legal shot, but it wasn't conclusive for a lot of the other people out there. But everyone in the pool community jumped to attention. That was the main thing.
Yeah.
And if anyone isn't aware of what we're talking about, Yannick's brother Quinten, who we were talking about just playing on the other table, was in a situation in his previous tournament where the cue ball was frozen against an object ball, and in US pool rules you can play into it, as it's been physically proven not to be able to get a double hit, or what people would call a push shot. But a lot of people, especially those who grew up with UK pool and snooker, would have automatically have assumed that was a foul shot. And from one brother back to another, Yanick gets back out to a 2-rack lead, Kevin.
Yeah. 4-2 in his advantage.
Just having a little look out over the other tables that are underway at the moment. One that is coming close to completion. Arseny Sebastianov of Finland is 7-6 up over Mustafa Trabelsi. We have the German Nicholas Dorr trailing 4-6 against the Hungarian Oliver Solnocki. And Davy de Lee of Belgium trailing 3 racks to 6 against the Dutchman Jan van Leerop. There are a few more scores out there, but we're back to Mika van Berkel's break. His 4th of this match. Making the 1 ball on the cut, Kevin. Just not getting shape, you think? Ooh.
Nah.
No.
Well, the jump is definitely on. But then the main question is going to be, will he be able to reach it?
He's having to think about that now, and he may also just want to have a look at, is there really a chance of getting position? He's having a look there. If he were to make the jump and freeze the cue ball, as he's looking here, there's an opportunity to bank the 3 across into the right side pocket. But as Kevin, my colleague, has alluded to, it's quite a reach to get to that jumper, Kev.
Yeah. And then we do get back to what we discussed earlier. Well, okay, it actually looks like he's quite comfortably able to make the reach the jump at least.
Yeah, he was just looking, Kev, at freezing the cue ball, and would the banks be open for the right centre pocket? He's still not fully convinced either, so he's going to play the push. And either is he pushing it to somewhere where he feels more comfortable to make the jump, or I've got a feeling Yanick will pretty much take on any jump that Mika may feel he wants to.
Yeah, well, and then at least you make him earn it.
Well, he moved the cue ball a brush.
Yeah, I'd say that was about half an inch.
Now.
Yeah, no, like you said, Yanick will take on anything Mika feels comfortable taking on.
Yeah, they will definitely go blow to blow, have no fear. So Yanick deciding to go airborne. Oh, unfortunate,
yeah,
really.
A bit unlucky coming fully into the 9. Looked like it was going nicely into shape for the 3 ball.
Yeah, to get that control and draw. Very unfortunate. What's he left with? I couldn't tell if they were frozen. Oh, there's a little gap, Kev. So a little bit of effect on the cue ball here. Looking to freeze the 3 on off the 7. Where?
He wants to go below the 4.
Yeah, with a bit of a bend. Well, that's not worked out too bad at all. The 9 looks in the way.
Still looks in the way from this angle as well.
Oh, maybe a thin edge. A feather.
Yeah, but I think then he will run into the 7 and either leave an open shot, or maybe you could get really unlucky and the scratch is probably not on the gap between the cue ball or the rail and the 7 ball is not big enough. But then he will run into the 7 and more than likely leaves an open shot.
If he's playing it this way, I fancy him hoping to pick up a pocket for the 3. Well, he certainly picked up a thick chunk of the 3 and may have returned the favour. The 9. Threatening. Again, maybe a thin edge, Kevin, but not a potting angle by the looks of it.
Yeah, and I think if that 4 ball wasn't there, he would have gone to a jump crew straight away. But now I'll just probably bank it towards the top rail. And I think if it has the speed, and that it does.
Yeah, that was well executed. Brought the 8 into play. And as you said, there was no value in attacking where that 4 was. Now this is, well, not the hardest for Mika to get out of, but there's no traffic down there.
No, but also what I meant was the 4 ball was also hampering, of course, the jump. Because these guys will take on a long shot if it's open. And a point Yanick is about to prove. I would think so.
On cue. Just needs to be a little careful. If he just loses the cue ball here, that 6 and 5 may come into play. Wouldn't expect it to. up nicely, Kevin. And now, just needs to find the gap. 6 and the 9, so he can get shape on the 5. Has he? Has he? Ooh, he's looking, Kevin. He's looking. I don't think he's convinced at that. Ooh. He could. He could. And a very nice opportunity now for him to increase that lead.
Yeah. All the hard work has been done. Oh, does he overhit it?
Ooh.
Well, he overhit it so much, he still has the pot to the other corner.
He does. And really, no real mistakes from the players, just a win on the safety battle. Oh, Kevin, he had a little word with himself before he took that shot. Ran into the 9, but that's not turned out too bad at all, huh?
2 slight rolls, you would say. So,
yeah, indeed. And while we just watch Yanick put these balls together for rack 8, let's give you a few updates. Oliver Zolnocki currently on the hill against the German Nicholas Dorr. Jan van Leeuwenhoek has taken a 6-5 lead over Davy de Lee of Belgium. In another Dutch-German matchup, Tim Jonkman of the Netherlands is 4-4 on Alexander Jentsch. And Otto Olkinen currently also 4-4 against Piers Bayer of Germany.
Piers Bayer, who actually came first in his group earlier this week, beating Niels Vijen.
Yeah. Not someone who I was immediately familiar with. I was like, who is this guy? He was knocking out everyone.
He's German, so they normally, if they go to a tournament like this, they can play.
Yeah. Well, he really did give Fire a wake-up call. Fire was in a battle for his tournament life at one point. He needed to win to get the second place, and it went to the wire. But back to business as usual. As you see, Niels is on the table next to us here, just to the left of the screen, bottom left, just off screen. He's playing Claudio Kaçi, who is 2-0 up on Niels at the moment. And there is one other match, which was on table 6 upstairs. Matthew Wrigley, 7-3 up on the hill against Joey Haagmans from the Netherlands. Now, back to Yanick Ponners, who's got a 3-rack advantage here. Wasn't something I expected to see, purely from the point of view of both players are so strong. I felt it was going to stay close. Yanick playing one hell of a safety shot here, Kevin.
Yeah, and earlier in this match there was another safety. I think it also was by Yanick, and like the natural angle is also blocked again here.
Mm. Yeah, and I was saying in the last rack or two, Yanick getting the better of the safety battles when it's gone that route. And that's really the difference between them, because I know it would be difficult to pick between them if it was just a straightforward potting battle.
Yeah. Yeah, you would possibly give Mika the edge at the moment.
Yeah. Well,
he's on form. He just got a great result at the European Open. Pushed Joshua Filler pretty deep as well.
Which is no mean feat. Also delivered well at previous events of ours as well.
Yeah.
But both these Dutch lads, great fun off the table. They are more than happy to share a story or two, but like I said,
Yeah, and they travel around with each other as well. So those two, Yannick's brother is there as well. Sonny Haagmans also travels with them, and then they also got a couple of international players, like kids their age, who they travel around with. I think Walter Leijker from Sweden, and currently Carl Gnadeberg from Estonia is here as well. Guys, they try, or not try, they travel around with and go to different tournaments.
we see them often at the European Championships and Eurotour.
Yeah.
It's great. Makes life easier as well when you're traveling as a group.
Yeah, and it's fun, more fun. It's cheaper.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a big one, I think.
Yeah, and you keep each other morally supported as
Yeah.
well. It can be quite lonely out there on the road. A lot of tournaments for these players to contend with. And pool can be a little bit isolating because you're playing by yourself. So it's always good to have that spirit around you. Look at that.
Yeah, I think will probably bump the 8 and just take a long shot on the 7.
Maybe even glance by onto the 9 as well.
And that was...
You could sort of feel that 9
Yeah,
was
but
going to do a bit as well.
You start moving all the balls around and you never know quite where they will end up. Speaking of Sonny Haagmans, he's sitting there watching this match.
Yeah. He was here for the first one as well. Saw Joey here yesterday as well. I'm sure he's somewhere around.
Yeah, Joey is playing or just finished playing. Oh yeah, he
Oh yeah.
did he win his first round match? Let's see, or didn't he have to play a first round match? Well, I'll just do it like this.
I don't.
No, he
No.
had a bye in the first round. Now just lost to Matthew Wrigley, kid from Scotland, I think.
So I believe, yeah. And he's
Yeah.
got.
Piotr Harashuk next in the loser round 2. So after that, he still needs to win another 2 if he beats Piotr.
It's a long old way in the losers bracket.
Yeah.
Well, after that self-inflicted trouble of Yanick, Mika is going to jump on this. And you have to say, quite timely, Kevin, because 6-2 would have been quite a hill to climb for Mika in alternate break.
Yeah. And just when you were going on about the safety play by Yanick, he's so good at it that he does it to himself.
Yeah, I wonder if Mika's just taken a little mental note of that now. Well, it will be Mika to break, and he's bringing the scoreline a little bit back closer, and very important because these races to 8 do creep up on you. Still looks like Oliver Zolnocki 7-5 up on Nicholas Dorr. Jan van Leer up 6-5 up on Davy de Lee. Tim Jonkman 5-4 up on Alexander Riensch, and Otto Olkinen trading 4-5 against Piers Bayer. Always making the 1. Does he get shape on the 2? Not really.
Yeah, he does. I think he does have the bank. You see, he did point at the side pocket briefly.
The only thing is, if you wanted to play the bank and with an element of safety bringing the 5 and 7 in, you'd want to finish on the right hand side of the 3, and that doesn't look to pass the 4. So if he's going to play this bank, he's going to have to go a little bit more full-blooded and maybe come around the 3.
Yeah.
He's gone for it. just a bit high, Kevin.
And I'm not 100% certain. I think the 2 passes.
I think it might pass. Where will the cue ball be going?
Yeah, look, that's
Yeah.
pretty obvious.
It just looks like he may be drawing into the 5 if he has to put deep draw on. I think he's going for the cut instead. Now, how's his cue ball? Full contact on the 9 would be very handy. That he has done. Quick update on the other match. Table 2. Kaçi 2-1 up now on Niels Fire. That table 3 match at the back of your screen there is between Anthony van der Busch, who sat in the chair, and the Finn Vil Borgstrom. That's at 6 apiece over there.
Yeah, Anthony is one of the local heroes. Plays for the venue, the Klokke, where we have the tournament.
Oh. What does our survey say?
He's done it again.
Oh. Well, when the worm turns, the worm turns. Well, you fancy he can get behind this 4, and if he can stick the cue ball, there's a good chance of bringing the 9-5 into play and put Mika in trouble, but what a turnaround. And the second unforced error in 2 racks for Yanick. Ooh.
I think that... Oh, no, he's left it. I was going to say it might have helped him, actually.
The knuckle.
Yeah, but cue ball didn't travel far enough, so the 4 is in the open.
Yeah, bring the cue ball tracking back towards where it is now, just land a bit shorter. Seems to be the natural path for it.
Yeah, and if he can hold it. But I think he'd rather overrun it than underrun it.
It's gonna now. Was dicing a little bit on the edge there. Could have gone wrong. Looks like it's gone right. The cue ball tracking away from the ideal path on the 6.
Yeah, but he can just play a small stun, and so it doesn't. Yeah, there you go.
Ooh, I tried to cheat it. Is he thinking that player stepping across put him off? He did have a look over that way, and he's not happy about it. I actually just thought it was a misjudgment of trying to just be that little bit straighter to stop the cue ball running, but, well...
Maybe a bit of both.
Maybe a bit of both, indeed. Yeah. The one thing though, Kev, big moment. I feel that was a big moment.
Yeah, for sure. So Yanick is about to double up on Mika. 2 more racks needed to take this one over the line.
Yeah, Mika was looking at 5-4 there, Kev, and that would have been a big difference. Yanick now only needing 2 to take this race to 8. So we just take a look down at Kaçi at the table. With a difficult look on that 3. It's still 2-1 in scoreline. Looks like these two are having a little bit of a battle with a little tricky layout. Our other tables underway. We have tables upstairs. Oliver Zolnocki is taking on Niklas Dorr of Germany. That score now 7-6. The German coming back into that. Davy De Lee trailing 7-5. Jan van Leerdop. I'll bring you some more. Jan's broke the one ball. Untraditionally gone in the top right corner. And that two is not in a potable position, so good chance Mika back to the table with what? Oh, and that three's just come down past the centre knuckle, the side pocket. Yeah.
I think he might be able to push it through there.
Would certainly help, because the 5 will not allow it to go down into the bottom left. And even if you wanted to go for that, where the 3 is, there's a good chance of the scratch. First of all, Yanick with this 2. It's not frozen on the rail.
He's going to play the push.
What's he done there?
He tried to tie up the 4 and the 6.
Well, he didn't. 4 only has the bottom left pocket. Where's that? Oh, looked like it was going to take a friendly bounce out of the jaws, but it hasn't. Now, I'm not sure what the value is in jumping over the 5 here, but coming across the table looks very hampered.
Well, the value in jumping is hitting it.
Exactly. Well, I meant as opposed for a one rail escape, but it doesn't look like the one railer.
Yeah, but the one railer, even if it's on, if you just mishit it, you touch the 3 ball and go into the side, so you scratch.
Well, he didn't scratch. He did get the hit, as you said, Kev. And he's put the 3 ball, or rather he's put Yanick in a bit of trouble here. Yanick looking at playing the jump shot here. And he's looking to get that cue ball behind the 6. So expect that 3 to go tracking towards the top left pocket, if so.
The shuttle is leaving now.
Nice control. It's always going to be hard or difficult to get it stuck on that 6. Bit unfortunate the way it ends up.
Yeah, agreed. Could see what he was trying to do. I'm always worried about the scratch straight off them jump shots, especially when the cue ball holds the draw.
Just rolled far enough. Still think it's pretty straight. Is he going to be able to get behind that 5 ball from here?
Oof.
He needs to cheat it a bit and then,
Yeah,
or just do this.
give it a good clout. But yeah, made a little bit of angle and exaggerated it very well. Now does have the opportunity to come across for the 6. I kind of like running through off the short rail here, rather than trying to come across the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, just come up nicely. Good pace. Mika's not out of this yet, Kevin.
No, because he needs to. There you go. He takes the rest. always makes, or at least to me, a bit more difficult. And now he needs to do some work with it as well. Yeah, just chooses to leave it short side. Don't do anything funny with it, and then just take what he gets. Is he able to just drop it into the side?
I'm sure he could. I'm not too sure I'd have a go at it. Nice play that well. Coming across the potting line, all about pace. Yeah, he wasn't out of the woods, but he has got this 9 now to bring the scoreline back to 6-4. He's done it, Kev. And Yanick's made a couple of unforced errors.
Yeah.
Don't know what that means for the way this game will play out. I'm sure Yanick has the ability to just shrug that off. But the confidence, or maybe the opportunity, Mika may see a bit clearer now. He has the break. Opportunity to bring the scoreline back to 6-5. Different game then.
Yeah, then the pressure starts building for Yanick.
That rack still underway over between Kledio, Kaçi and Niels Fire. That fourth rack has been going on for 10 minutes now.
And oof. Yeah, there was some kisses over and there. And it ends up like this.
I was going to say, I do fancy the push, but I always fancy Yanick will just jump on anything that he leaves, so a tricky situation. So he's called a push. He's potted the 5. That stays down. Yanick to the table and has the choice now. Does he want to take this shot on?
It is long and thin, so I know I wouldn't.
I'm just wondering, can he play it quite full in the face and bring it round long rail where the 9 is, and maybe just
if he can get it, if he can get the cue ball to stop there and find the line between the 4 and the 7. There's always going to be, at worst, a tough shot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good point. Well, Mika put that cue ball there on purpose. He's done what we were thinking, Kev. How's the pace?
No, I don't think that potting angle is there.
Ooh. Well, Yanick will tell us. He's down quite quick, Kevin. No.
No, I was going to say that could also mean that he immediately saw it doesn't go.
Yeah, well, that will now turn out to be the case.
Does he have a window between the 4 and the 8?
He's looking at it.
Yeah, he was already down on the shot, so he doesn't know.
He's keeping the anticipation there, I know that much. I'm still going to say there is a window.
Trying to figure out what ball is going to take the line he had his cue on.
The 2.
Yeah, but that was never going to take the line. Like, he had it dead straight.
Yeah.
And no, it was never going to go straight.
Well, in contrast, that 8 looks like it's in the way, and that 7 is sort of hampering coming up underneath it. Well, it certainly hampers it a little. Is he going to jump over the 8? Looks like the jump stick.
Well, it needs to be perfect. Doesn't want the cue ball to jump off the table there.
Got the cue ball down, Kevin. I think it took a little hop onto the edge as well.
And that same 8 ball is in the way again.
Wow. Both players, great escapes. Getting a few rolls each as well. Why not? 6-4 in favour of Yanick. Mika at the table.
Another safety battle in this rack.
Oh, that's sort of what he was looking at, though. He wanted the thin edge of the 2.
It's again the 8 ball that's in the way.
Not often we talk about the 8 ball so much in a game of 9.
Nope.
So 2 rails. Long short. Good chunk of...
Changing it up now.
Yeah. 4 this time. 8 decided it wanted to go over for a chat with the 6.
6.
Where's the 7? Looking. Is the 7 hampering that escape down the left side of the table? It may very well be. Yeah. Mika now looking, coming up the opposite long rail. This is getting a little bit twitchy. It's just not coming to them. A few rolls and I like this. Oh, was a danger of scratching there. Avoids it. Is the 8 hampering the pocket? Oh. 3 ball combination. 3 balls. 2, 8, 7. And he's looking to play it in such a fashion that that 2 will come down towards the bottom left pocket as well. Keep your eye on that green 6, ladies and gentlemen. That's his objective. Everything else will be a bonus.
That was a great, great shot.
Good vision. Good vision from Yanick. And that 8 ball did not misbehave.
Oof.
Yeah, real good exchange of escape from safeties, whether they were intended safeties or not. Couple of ball rolls. And what looked like Mika van Berkel bringing the scoreline into a finger length away. Now Yanick, this 9-ball to take the hill, Kevin, and it's going to be a big ask of Mika now, you feel. Well, that rack between Niels and Cledio has come to a close. And another one in short succession. Cledio now leading 3 racks to 2. It was 2-1 in his favour. A few matches kicking off as well. Some more updates. Oh, a few results actually. Let's do a couple of results while we wait for Yanick. Oliver Zolnocki has beaten Niklas Dorr of Germany 8-6. And Tim Jonkman has bested Alexander Jensch of Germany 8 racks to 4. Yanick to break on the hill.
1 down, 2 down, 3 is going down as well. And nothing on the 4. Well,
A bank.
yeah. In my mind I was going, nothing, bank. What am I going to say?
I'm pretty sure you'll know much better than I met these guys Christmas before last down in Wageningen at a One Pocket Banks tournament, and they were talking about heading out to the US together. I think they did that last year. They were out there for a little while.
Yeah, they were.
Both him and his brother, huh?
Yeah, that they were in at least the Florida Open, and I think 1 or 2 events leading up to the Florida Open. It was them two and Quinten and the Walter from Sweden, and he did go for the bank and
Ooh.
did not expect that one.
No, a little look at Mika as well from Yanick, like, yeah, you know what happened there, don't you? Now, must win racks for Mika now. Ball in hand, certainly a big help.
Yeah. And then we're back at what we said earlier. So he'll make it 7-5 then, and gets to break himself.
Yeah.
If that goes well, it's a 7-6 game, and Yanick knows he can't make a mistake on his own break.
Agreed. 20 of our viewers that are keeping a close eye on Q Score. I'm sure you'll have already noticed, but Davy de Lee of Belgium is hill with Jan van Leerop of the Netherlands. Also, Otto Olkinen of Finland is 7-7. Hill against the German Piers Bayer. This alternate break is treating us to some very close matches. Can Mika bring this match back to being closer? Authoritative 7 would suggest so. 7-5 with the break. Mika's still got a fancy. He's in this.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
Yeah. And both players, by all accounts, not been breaking too bad. So you feel, if Mika was to take this one, it's all down to Yanick's break. A few matches about to kick off, a few underway. Tobias Bongers of Germany, 2-0 up on Carlo Blasi from the UK. Mark Beisterbosch also 2-0 up with the young German Felix Vogel.
Who actually won the tournament last year.
Yeah. The current holder has been winning a few other tournaments since then as well. Dmitry Hryb from Poland, 0-0, just kicking off with Mohamed Soufi there. And Dean Shields is already underway against Cyril Ledoux. And that's 2 apiece. Now, big break from Mika. Made the 1, made the 2. Ball's dropping.
Is he going to attack?
Do you know what? I could see him going for this. Cue ball's going to come back around.
There's a lot of balls he can make contact with going around.
Yeah, is he going to miss the middle pocket? Oh, these are the moments, Mika. I feel there's an opportunity to play it as a bit of a shot to nothing with the 9 and the 4. The way they're dressed up. If you can bring the cue ball around that sort of direction, but...
Well, let's talk about dressed up. Did you see what Alex Montpellier was wearing?
Oh, no, I didn't. Oh. Oh, hello.
If he's out of the tournament, at least we could play tic-tac-toe on a shirt.
For our viewers wondering what we're alluding to, just keep looking top left. I'm sure all will be revealed rather shortly. Good friend of the team, Alex Montpellier from France. Real nice guy. He went for that. He went for that.
Yeah.
Has got away with it, but could be in trouble here.
If he can just maneuver it around the 7 to hit the left side of the 3. But the alternative option is hit the right side of the 3 and then... Yeah. Oh, no, wait, look. That's kind of what I was alluding to. Playing left-handed, though. He's not his brother. So he switches it up, see?
Oh. Now Kevin. Now Kevin. Wasn't thin enough to start with. And now he's left a potting angle for Mika here. Does it go? Does it pot though?
I think I saw Mika looking at the safety, but
he's having another look. Does it go? Does it go? No, probably not. The overhead suggests that it doesn't. Oh.
But it does.
Oh.
He's going to run into the 4.
That's not too bad.
No. But can he avoid the 9 going forward?
And can he come the left side of the 5?
Well, yeah, that's what I meant, because if he just goes forward, he'll definitely avoid the 9.
He's looking at having to play the 5-6 combo here. I don't fancy that, but that might be all he can take here, Kevin, if he's that straight on the 4. Unless he can put deep draw. Oh, he's going deep draw. Love these shots.
Oh, the 7.
Is he going to find the gap?
Nope. Nope.
Oh.
So now he has to play the 5-6.
There was always that chance, Kevin, but I think them shots are very pretty when they're made.
Even if it ends up like this.
Yeah. He may be able to get the cue ball down quick enough to play the jump here. There is Mr. Tic-Tac-Toe, Le Tic-Tac-Toe, Alex Montpellier in the top left there. That is what Kevin was alluding to. Now, caught between a rock and a hard place here. Self-inflicted, Kevin. Was he just indicating to Yanick that there's a chance the 6 is going to drop with this shot?
Yeah, I think he doesn't need to indicate that. He does. They both know that's a risk. Oh, wow. And a scratch as well? Oh, just avoids that. But
Wasn't far off the scratch, eh? Well, Yanick has a look now to take the match at this visit. Needs to be delicate with the green 6 here. Oh, that's as well as he could play it. Yanick Bongers, what a touch. He couldn't hit it any softer.
I was a bit scared. He hit it too delicate. And overruns that. Yeah, you see him pointing straight away. Still expect him to make it.
He does.
And Mika concedes.
Oh, yeah.
8-5 to Yanick Bongers, who goes on to winner's qualification. And Mika has to battle it out through the loser's side. We will be right back with you with an absolute great match. Eklund Kaçi versus Victor Zielinski. See you in a bit. Bye.
Well, a very warm welcome back, viewers, to this enthralling day 4 action here at the CUETEC Belgian Open. Taverne de Klokke in Oostende on the beautiful golden beaches here in Belgium. What a match we have in store for you. Kaçi taking on Victor Zelinski. Two very strong contenders in this tournament meeting up in this race to 8. We're in a double elimination at the moment, so the loser will still have a chance, but needing to go the longer way. Victor winning the lag. My name's Gethin Davis. I will be joined back in the box with my colleague Kevin Dijkstra, but for right now it's just me, you, Victor and Kaçi. First break for Victor, not the best. That is dry. And Kaçi to the table. Good look at the 1. May have the angle. Should have the angle to be able to come down for the 2. Needs to come right down for the 2 because the 8's hampering. Easy position on it. Kaçi's been quite visual so far in this tournament. A few faces coming from him. He's clearly invested and focused for this one. Oh, didn't need to come down. Round the back of the 8, was able to find the gap between the 7-5. Now, can he avoid the 8? To hold for the 3. Will make it trickier if he has to run into it. Forces that in, taking 3 rails instead of 2, landing just nicely on the 4. And looking straight from the chair to jump on Victor Zelinski's dry break. I can't imagine we'll be seeing many dry breaks in this match. But important for the opponent to jump on when they do get to the table as a result of one. Looks quite nonchalant when playing. That's just his style. His brother playing on the table next to him. Thin cut on the 7, has held the cue ball up for the 8 in the bottom right. And this 9 for 1-0 lead. Off of Victor Zelinski's break, alternate break. Kaçi to the table. Over on the left there, you see Alex Montpellier from France at the table, playing Jan Salim from Germany. I'll bring you updates on the scores as they're coming in. As I mentioned, Kaçi's brother Kledio over on the table against Niels Fire. That's table 2. Just see the edge of it in the left hand of the screen there. That's the edge of the table. Kledio 6-2 up on Niels Fire there. Race to 8. Other matches underway. Tobias Bongers 4-0 up against the Brit Carlo Blasi. Mark Beisterbosch for 1 up against the young German Felix Vogel. Sufi Dimitri 1 apiece. The Kaiser's just kicking off against Elliot Sanderson. Ralsuke, that is. Dean Shields 5-2 up on Cyril Ledoux. Back to this one. Kaçi leading 1 rack to 0 with his first break in this race to 8. And has made a ball, but not the one. The one ball has hung out on the short rail. But I'm not too sure even if Clint can see it. You'd think he can see the edge of it. And if he can, and it's not against the cushion, he might be able to roll up behind the 8. Oh, that's what he's tried doing. He's done that very well. Clearly there was enough gap from the cushion and the 1 to make that shot work. So Victor, straight from a dry break and a loss of rack, back to the table with no look at this 1. 1 rail escape. Good contact. Oh!
That's a pretty decent escape.
Pretty decent timing, Kevin. I mean, welcome back. What a time to join us.
Yeah, I was waiting for a shot like that to join.
I don't blame you. That was a corker. And that one will be going in the highlight reel. But yeah, what a way to stay at the table after it.
Yeah, it looked like he was in a impossible position. And now it's very possible.
Yeah. Complete contrast. And, well, Victor won't need asking twice. Try breaking the last one, Kevin, and Kaçi jumped on it.
Yeah, well, Victor has kicked into gear.
Oh, yeah. God, that shot would give me a bit of beans. Yeah. 7, 8, 9. Not looking too much of a trouble for Victor. This 9. Bring it back to level. First 2 racks going against each other's break. Both of these players probably looking to get a bit more. Victor with a dry break. Kaçi making balls but getting no look at the 1. I think he just walked over to have a look at his brother's score. Right. Last break was dry. Will he move the cue ball a little bit more inside? Well, we'll have a look in a moment.
Yeah, we saw that with Mika in the last match, I think. After 2, I think on his 3rd break, he moved it towards the middle of the break box and started making the 1, actually. And Victor nearly did better. Nearly made the 9 as well in the same pocket.
Yeah, the 9 was moving.
So now he's going for the 2-9. Sorry, the 2-6, of course.
Only seen 1 golden break so far on my shift, and it was against Clint Kaçi. I'm trying to remember who it was because it was a bit soft, and Clint even had a little chat about it afterwards.
Alex Montpellier. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, so it wasn't today. It was.
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah.
Okay.
And Kenty came over and sort of had a little word with him, in the sense of,
Don't do that again.
He said that was magic.
It didn't have an effect on the outcome. Clint did take that. His brother still with a healthy lead over Niels Fire. Niels Fire winning the last rack. That score is 6-4 in favour of the Albanian.
He's tried to do the same to Eklund as he just did to him, but didn't need the contact on the 6th.
It was very fine. I'm just wondering if Kaçi thinks he can see this.
Oh yeah,
Blue too.
Yeah, I'm sure he can make it into the side. If he can fall onto the 8, that will be perfect.
Comes back up through nicely.
Well, he does fall on the 8, but not the way I
No.
was talking about, of course.
It'll work.
Yeah, that 4 goes by the 6. Pretty sure. 100% sure.
Good pace as well. Just come round off the short rail. May even elect to take 2 for the 5. And, well, one of these players starts running with their break. This might not stay as close as it is, but I've got a feeling it could be in for yet another close match on this table 1. We've had a few already. And we've already had 1, 2, 3 hills in this round of matches. Now, 6-7, Kevin. 6-7.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yep, brought it below the centre pocket as well. Great effect. He sometimes just does not look interested. It's his way, I know. It must be so off-putting for the odd opponent now and again.
Yeah, it's just, I think he's always been like that.
It just looks like, yeah, well, you know, what am I doing here? He just keeps potting the balls. It's fantastic. Looks like the score is still locked at 6-4 over on the table with his brother and Niels Fire. Cledio. Tobias Bongers 4-1 up now on Carlo Blasi from the UK. Mark Bijsterbosch 5-2 up on Felix Vogel. Dimitri Hrib and Mohamed Soufi locked at 2 apiece. The Kaiser Ralph Suke 1-0 up on Elliot Sanderson, hailing from the pool hall up in Glasgow. Kaçi to break, leading 2 racks to 1.
Oh, how did that go in?
And did not want to connect it that way, and both players are just... The breaks are not coming to them yet, Kevin.
So it does look like that 3 goes between the 6 and 7.
got to be precise for that 3. That 4 that just looks threatening, forcing him to have to be perfect. That cue ball needs to slow down a bit.
The 2 being so close does help with playing the shape, but a bit of a tricky angle now.
If he came around the other side of the 3, is the 3-9 on?
Nope.
Too late.
No. Well, also too late, but I think it hits like somewhere between the first diamond and the side pocket, the corner pocket.
Might even be up by the side pocket, no, my luck. Oh. I thought he was just having a look then. I think it was more about the angle the cue ball's going to come off that 9. That's what he was focused on. I think it just took his eye off the pot somewhat, Kev.
Yeah. This is a pretty dicey cut, but if you can move it above the cluster of balls.
Need to slow the cue ball up.
Oh no, he wants to bump into the 9, take the 4 into the side.
Any contact with the 9 should take a good amount of pace out of the cue ball. Got the 7 and the 9. Couldn't have worked out nicer, Kevin. Oh my.
Now the 5-9 is on.
Wonder if he'll play for it.
I'd wager he wouldn't.
He'd ideally just like to drop this in, but there's a bit of an angle. We know that Kaçi's not afraid to move that cue ball around the table. He's
There you
doing
go.
that now.
Look at this.
Well, joking aside or not, unintentionally he's played for the combination.
Yeah, you would think he was trying to go like another foot or so.
Yeah, exactly. Could play the bank around the 9. Oh, was playing the bank behind the 9. What does the 9 do here, though?
Gets in the way.
Spoils Zapati. Oh, Zielinski. He's pretty tall. He's just stuck his knee up on the table. He thinks he can get at this for the jump. That will make a huge difference.
Yeah. Does need to be careful. Because if he draws it back just a little bit, that 9 comes back into play.
Well, he's elevated. Makes it.
And does he need it again? No.
Oh, if he can see it, it should be natural to come up. Maybe for the 7 in the side pocket, I feel. Unless he doesn't have the angle and he'll need to take a longer 7 up into the corner pocket near the 8 ball.
It's not that straightforward. You can see that.
Wow.
Well, that's similar to the 2-ball each shot, I think. The 7 is a bit further away from the pocket.
Well, he's not making this easy for himself, Kev.
Yeah, well, easy is boring.
And far less entertaining for our viewers. Oh, he's just missed that 8 ball. If he'd have just slid into it, this might have been a different shot.
Yeah, no, he looks pretty straight though. But he should be able to at least get it towards the center of the table or all the way across.
Yeah, nice. A good healthy bounce off the long rail. This 9. Bring the scoreline back to level. At 2 apiece, Kevin, and keeping it tight. Early days, 2-2 in this race to 8. Zelensky to break. A result coming in on our table too. Niels Feijer has been beaten by Claudio Kaçi 8-4. That will put Claudio through to the next round, and Niels will move through to the losers group and will have a longer route to take if he is to make it through to the last 16.
Oh yeah, he's playing Ivo Arts next.
Oh, nice spot. All Dutch affair.
Yeah, and Claudio Kaçi will play his winners qualifier match at 5 against Matt Wrigley.
You just see in the background there, Alex Montpellier sat in his chair. He plays Jen Salim from Germany, but also spent a lot of time in America, Jem. That score is 2-1 in favour of Alex.
So, Victor did make 2 balls on the break, but there's a lot of traffic between the cue ball and the 2 ball, which he needs to hit first now.
Both players struggling with their break in this one. They're just not getting it under control in the way that I've seen. Certainly Kaçi in an earlier match today. This is my first good look at Victor.
I think he didn't play his first round, did he?
Quite likely not. He's certainly a big favourite for getting on table 1. Big performer. Now, coming round 2 rails. Oh, he's not. He's played the push. Brought the 9 in the way. Kaçi's like, no, I'm not giving you this back. Well, it certainly doesn't look like he's going to.
It is a long jump. He might just go kick a stick. It might be risky with the cue ball going towards the corner pocket.
After all that, you have it. No.
A bit of a mental game.
Yeah.
He's pretending it's so difficult that you just take it.
Well, what I will say about Eklent there is that he got out of his chair. He looked at every opportunity. It's the times when players don't get out of their chair. They just give it straight back.
Yeah.
Slightly frustrating for me. Maybe for a few at home.
Needs that to stick to the, yeah.
He's going to need to move the cue ball round a little bit here. There is traffic in the way. Just wondering if he's not going to take this on. And maybe just look to put Zelensky in a bit of trouble instead. That's what he's tried, with a little bit of inside English to check the cue ball and slow it down off the short rail. It did its job, but just not slowed down enough. Now, no shot really on for the two. Might have the bottom left pocket available, but...
Like you said, it may be available, but is it really a shot you want
No.
to take on?
I would be thinking about maybe hitting the two thin and running into the 5 or something, but... Oh, it's about pace.
Just overhit it. And there might be a bank on there.
There's a little gap, Kev. There's a little gap between the cushion and the two. He's having a look. Oh.
Well, you can make it like that as well.
Well, he did raise his hand to Victor.
Oh, he didn't mean it like that.
But in the fact that he made it and played for shape on the 4, he's now sitting quite pretty here. It's just a little bit awkward. The 6 is higher up than the 5. It just lends itself to drawing into the long rail. Maybe it makes that not an option. No, he's had to come underneath. Played it well. Yeah, nice. Now, 8 and 9. Get back out into the lead.
And still, not a single player has held serve.
No. No. And that is really the chink in both of these players' armour at the moment. Be interesting to see how it develops. And if one player gets it working over the other. Couple of updates coming at you while we have a little bit of time. I'll start from the bottom and move my way up this time. Alex Montpellier trails 2 racks to 3 against Jan Salim. Mustafa Trabelsi is 6-5 up. He's taking on the Belgian Liam Ratson. Alan Franz from Curaçao is trailing 1 rack to 2 against the German Nicholas Dorr. They're in the losers round. That will be the losers will exit the tournament. Makes the 1, the 8 takes a collision and also careers into the top right corner, but have a look at that blue 2. Not a lot happening down there, I'm afraid. Kaçi What are you thinking?
If he can... I'm trying to see if he's looking at the pot or at the...
Well, he's dressing up like he wants to come behind it. Where does that 2-ball travel towards?
Towards the top left corner. Oh, no, not like that.
No, I think he wanted it tracking in that direction, hoping the cue ball was going to stay down here as well.
Yeah.
Down in the bottom left quadrant, bringing the 3 and the 6 in the way. Now, Zielinski's left with a shot on the blue 2. Queuing may be hampered by the 9 ball that sat next to it. Suggests from Victor's posture that that's not so. And now, stop shot on this 3, or even a gentle draw. And he's in not a bad position to keep the scoreline close, bring it back to all level. May be able to draw this into the long rail and hold for the 5. In either, could have gone both, either top right or top left pocket. It's going for the top left. Pops the cue ball back out centre table. This is good stuff. This is what they will have been practicing in their drills. Bringing that cue ball back out into a useful spot. This 9. We'll see Zielinski back at evens. 3-3. That is indeed what he's done. And that will bring Kaçi not to the table, of course not, because it's going against the break still, as Kevin alluded to. Thank you, Kevin. And I brought you matches from the losers round bracket. From the winners round bracket, Tobias Bongers has just extended his lead 6-1 over Carla Blasi. Mark Bijsterbosch on the hill against Felix Vogel. Dmitry Herb of Poland 3-3 against Mohamed Soufi. Ralph Suke 4-0 up over Elliot Sanderson. From the UK, also from the UK, Dean Shields 7-5 up on Cyril Ledoux. And back to this match. Kaçi, Zielinski 3 apiece. Zielinski to break. This time making the 1 on the cut break. Has a good look at the 2. Not an obvious pocket. Does have options. If he can avoid the centre pocket, that line he's looking at there, he could play the cue ball up onto the 4.
It's tricky though.
Yeah, there's not much to work with, is there?
So that makes the scratch really big. So yeah, as you can see, he's looking to play the 2, hopefully between the 5 and 8.
Yeah. More importantly, bringing that cue ball down behind the 9-7.
Just look. I was just looking at the table from our position, and I saw Kaçi like giving him Victor like a side eye just to see what are you gonna do.
Yeah, I think he wants to try and get that 2 up as close to the short rail as possible and bring the cue ball round, maybe even to lock it up on the 9.
It's touchy though.
Indeed, it was touchy.
He didn't.
Really needed cover.
He might play the 2-4. I think he can actually play that pretty slow paced. That way, still leaving a pot on the 2.
Yeah, indeed. Just needs to be careful he doesn't bring the 8 in the way. The 8 has been causing a few problems in earlier racks, or in earlier matches, sorry.
Yeah, it was earlier matches, yeah. Oh, that
Like that.
was an option as well, but that 2 ball's gonna dress up not nice.
Ooh. Yeah. He can't. It just looks quite difficult to slide off the left side of the 2. Because he could bring the 2 just back flat across and the cue ball up behind the 5 or something like that. I kind of like the look of that.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, can he basically cut it towards the corner and get the cue ball 2 rails behind the 6, 7, 9 there?
Oh, good shout, Kevin. Would love it to stop behind that 7.
Oh, the 8 was in the way anyway.
He still would have liked it behind the 7, Kevin.
Oh, yeah, well, he is behind the 7 now.
Double trouble. Yeah, he's looking at the 1 rail around the 5. Needs to be quite particular. Not too sure where the cue ball will start to track off of this. Oh, he was able to stick it. The blue 2 caught the knuckle of the side pocket. Little smile from Kaçi.
Yeah, because this looks like a very makeable bank.
Not just a makeable bank, Kevin, but a great way of keeping the cue ball down at the 3 end of the table.
Yeah, you can just draw it back, and in case he does miss it, the 5 and 8 might provide cover. But he just doesn't miss it. So
Center pocket.
He doesn't need cover.
No. Now, how has he finished on this 3? Can he get a good shape on the 5 to get to the 6? You feel if he does that, this 7th rack is really coming to Kaçi here. Is he going to have to draw straight back? Oof. Don't know about that. God, this will be a tester. He's avoided the 6. Runs full into the 9. That keeps the cue ball in good shape for the 6 ball. Just a couple of rolls going Kaçi's way. He won't mind that. Yeah, looking good here, Kevin. To get in, back into the lead.
Again,
Yeah,
for the 4th time.
4-3. The breaks are starting to work a little bit better though, Kevin. This time, it's Clenty's turn. Oh, he's... They're having a smile. This is good. Having a giggle with each other. I think after that blue 2 caught the middle jaw, Kaçi made a smile. Was able to back it up with a bank shot. Brings the scoreline back in his favour, 4-3 with the break. Race to 8. In the background you can see the losers round-up match. Losers second round, sorry. Alex Montpellier is trailing 2-5 to Jan Salim. See him in the background. Our other table here is another losers round matchup between Kevin Lanoy of Belgium, Mieke van Berkel of the Netherlands. They're locked at 1 apiece. Still early doors there. And both players now starting to make the 1 ball in the side pocket. This is really starting to heat up nicely.
Yeah. I think 4-5 will be the key shot there.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. The 7 to the 8 feels great. Once the 5's out the way, a bit of backup as well. Just a nice bit of banter between the two about that 2 ball off the centre of Giles, and it's great, even in the seriousness of the battle. Players showing their respect and the human side. They're not just machines. He played it that way, but it just feels like it could go wrong. He's done it again. just to make sure we knew what it was going on. Again, that could have just, even a slight edge, it would have gone behind the 8. That's phenomenal.
Confidence.
And on table number 4.
Yeah, and not many breaks to jump on like this.
1 rack for each player and then start the match.
Yeah, didn't have much to work with there, Kevin.
Well, I think he did plenty with it. And like that.
How useful, Kevin, will a 2-rack lead be at this point of the match? Because up until this point, the break's not really working for either. The score not really moving with any momentum, if anything, against the break, as you alluded to. Now, when it looked like Zielinski was just getting the break working a bit better, Kaçi's responded. Have a look at this. Break and run. 5-3. Victor Zielinski.
Now you do it.
Yeah, exactly. Very nicely put, Kevin. That is literally the question that Kaçi has fired out across the bow. Well, we know what this Victor Zielinski is made of. He has got grit and determination by the plenty.
Oh, wow.
Talk me through that one,
So
Kev.
now look at the 3 and 4. You see it straight away. I was going to ask.
The 3 and 4, he ain't going to go for, Kev, you're right. Oh.
Well, that was a quick one.
I was asking the question of Victor. The last thing he wanted to see was that cue ball careering in the centre pocket.
Oh, well, I think the last thing he wanted to see was the 2-9. Dress up nicely.
Well, actually, he'd hoped that was the last thing he saw was the shot before. He didn't want to see any of that. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and the question is, because even before the 3 and the 4 came together, I don't think Kaçi was ever going to pass down on that, pass up on that 2-9 combination.
No, good point. Good point. What a swing, though.
Yeah. All it needs now is a 9-ball break. Oh, we're not getting that. Boo.
No, we're not. They are getting the 1 ball working now, though, Kevin. Yeah. Will it be too little too late for Victor? Kaçi's hoping so. He's got shape on this 2 as well.
Yeah, but going to the 3, is he going to maybe try and hold it for the 3 in the side? Like this?
Yeah, interesting.
You'd fancy him to make the 2 ball. But it's all about that 3 now. Because if he gets in shape on the 3, his rack probably is over.
Yeah, agreed.
Might go long. Ooh, did he hold it?
Oh.
Nope. No, looking at his reaction.
He's having a little mumble. Yeah, we're able to see directly over at the table from the box here. So we can pick up on both players' expressions as it's playing out. Kaçi. Well, there may be a crossbank.
I was just going there, yeah.
Maybe. Thank you for the overhead, Kevin. Or does he jump over the edge and go direct for the side pocket?
He has his normal stick. Oh, he's annoyed.
Yeah, that's like a quarter of a ball roll.
But it always was going to be very, very tight the way the balls were laying.
And on table number 5.
Is he thinking of just turning the cue ball over a little bit with some side effect?
He might be playing safe.
Yeah, he is. Needs to be now. I think it is.
Yeah.
May not even have enough for the rail first.
It's going to be maybe just.
Well, it will be rail first. There is a chance this 3 will go close, if not in. Oh!
That was pretty damn close.
That was close enough for Victor. What a shape he's left on this 4. Can just let the cue ball Float on up there for the 5. Maybe he didn't mind being even straight on this. He isn't. Can come through either short or long rail. Long rail is his option. And now
He wants to be basically on the right side, or from this angle, the left side of the 7. So he can just float in towards the 8. Now.
now.
Does he have enough angle to work it around?
With a good bit of a clunk. And maybe a friendly kiss as well. Kevin, was that friendly?
Yeah, I think it was friendly enough.
I think they might go out for a second date. This would be a very useful one, in all seriousness, for Victor to take. Kaçi would have been on the hill if he'd have taken this rack. Victor would love to hold him back from getting there indefinitely. For now, doing the right job. Getting another notch on the board, reducing that scoreline. Now back to 6-4. Quick update on our other winners round matches. Tobias Bongers 7-2 up over Carlo Blasi from the UK. Mark Bijsterbosch now 7-6 up on Felix Vogel. Felix coming back strong. Dmitry Hryb from Poland 5-4 up on Mohamed Sufi. Sufi playing strong. That's a good match for the Polish player there. Raf Suke. Well, he's just pushing on from his lead with Elliot Sanderson, currently 6-0 up.
6-1.
Oh, you little eagle-eyed one, you, Kevin. Yeah, indeed. Elliot, putting one on the board. We'll be looking to push on from that. Victor. They're starting to make that one in the side pocket, Kevin.
Yeah, but look at this.
Oh, look at his body language. If you could see an edge of this now, you might want to have a crack at it.
I heard someone say push, but I'm not sure if it was a...
from another table or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. What shape is Jan Salim in on table?
He's 7-3 up.
They just broke. No, that's not a push. Yeah, maybe. You feel if there's an edge to see of that too, it's the edge for the pot.
Yeah, on the bottom corner, you mean?
Yeah.
From this angle. Yeah, okay. Well, if there's an angle to be seen, it's the other way around.
Yeah, this edge here now.
Yeah, that doesn't go for the pop. He did go for the push. He's going to take out 9. Yeah, well, I think he at least blocked out the 9 going in. He didn't tie him up, but it's awfully close to the pocket, of course. So the ball tracking that way might accidentally bump it in. I think that's what he wanted to avoid. Might even go for the direct pot. No, okay.
Here we go. Well, it was a big target for him down there. He was having a little look to see if any think magical could happen. Rolling behind the 7 would have been the best result there. Now, difficult queuing for Victor to get at the cue ball for the 2 here. You just glance off the left side.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Try to stick it between the 3. Behind the 3, rather.
That's what he's tried, Kevin. Might not have got it, though. Might not have got it. Just wondering if he looked like he was playing the 2 off the rail next to the 9 ball, with a look at the 2 coming back into the 7 and dropping in the bottom right corner. Be a very nice shot if he can pick this out. Oh, it's off the 9, not the 7, but the same effect. Oh.
Played that beautifully.
And shape on this red 3. It just seems to be the time when both players are getting the break working. It's worked in Kaçi's favour. I'm not sure how that works out in the ether, but that's how the scoreline is reflecting it. This now, great opportunity for Kaçi to get on the hill.
Yeah. Cutting it close. Yeah, now probably wants to be straightish on the 7. That way he can just hold it there. Yeah.
Well, you can argue that Victor really hasn't put too much of a foot wrong apart from on the break. However, you'd have to say Kaçi has been doing exactly the same, so for Kaçi to take his opportunities here.
And actually even on the breaks, maybe that one scratch, because that seemed to go pretty straight in.
Yeah.
But yeah, like there was this break, right? Where he makes 2 balls on the break and then the 2 gets completely hooked.
Yeah, and played the push. Well, Kaçi finds himself on the hill. Scoreline 7-4. Is making that 1 ball off the break a little bit more consistently than we saw at the beginning. Good opportunity for him. He would like to take the match at this visit, Kevin.
Let's see what happens. One down. Where does the 2 ball end up? Well, first glance, there's no balls blocking. 3 goes by the 5. Well, the 4 obviously goes pretty much everywhere, I think.
Maybe 3 to 4 could be a pickle.
Yeah, that it's more shape-wise, because yeah, they've all got open pockets.
Yeah.
So
Good chance.
let's see what he could do. I think he can draw it around the 8.
Yeah. And just avoid that side pocket. And if he can draw it quite flat, he wouldn't even need to come over that far. May have to now.
Yeah, just takes out the risk.
Wise.
Leaves himself with the long pot.
Now, Kaçi sometimes likes to put a shot on this with a bit of draw. Short rail, right long rail, and flatten it across the top of the 8.
Looks like he's doing that.
Yeah.
This is now the key shot. Oh, the cut.
It's running, it's running, it's running, it's running. Kaçi looking shell-shocked. Really can just focus on the pot here. Would be unlucky to bring the 8 into play.
Can he bump into the 9?
He did this before with great
Yeah.
effect.
And that way, you're guaranteed a shot at the 6. You just need to hope that you don't bump the 9 in. Oh.
Oh. Jeepers. It's all happening. I was so surprised at how well he was able to get that cue ball moving to start with. So, this is a tough 6.
Yeah, because which way is he going?
I think the cut to the left corner, too thick.
Yeah, but he might get stuck there. Come on.
He might find himself in trouble.
Come on. Nah. He can't basically hit the 6 ball full ball.
Yeah, he
And
wants
just
to
a-
full, yeah.
Yeah. So that's a bit of a roll in some regard for Kaçi. Because Victor has to do some work to get the safety.
Yeah, I don't know if the cross bank is preferable here. It's more about where can he put the cue ball otherwise.
Yeah, not a lot of.
Or the
Oh,
double
the-
kiss.
But wait. Oh, no. I thought it was going to end up behind the 9.
Whoa. Do you know what? I actually think it was going before the double kiss. I thought the double kiss had stopped it from going, but it still went.
Yeah, I think the line stayed the same. It just slowed down.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. Could that be the little glint that Victor needs just to keep that belief that he clearly has, but the scoreline may threaten? Oh, that might run on.
No, that's gone too far. And he concedes.
Well, I have to say, Kevin, in fairness, Kaçi taking the better of the opportunities, but both players were picking their break up towards the end. Again, I do like the players having a little chat with each other. It's not the end of the world. Kaçi will progress through in the winner's side. Victor Zelensky will move over to the losers bracket. I believe coming up on this table next, an all-Dutch matchup. Ivo Arts will take on Niels Fayen. That will start. I'm already feeling Dutch. We'll start very shortly. And we are just going to quickly refresh the glasses and be back in time for the start of that. Please don't go anywhere. And if you want to keep updated with the scores, visit qscore.com. Like, share and subscribe if you're enjoying the feed. We'll be right back Thank you, Kevin Dykstra. My name's
Thank
Gethin Davis.
Thank you, and bye.
You have no weight inside at all, I think. Yeah? I have. You have something there. I have here 0.8. Oh, okay. Oh. It's pretty heavy. This table takes. When I make this thing big, thank you. I shoot this shot here maybe 7 times in this room. Never made this easy. Never made. They put like same kind of, I mean it's neutral, but it feels kind of all the time. That there is all the plays smooth. But like, cause there's no slide, like even this 17, I was sure that it's gonna slide a bit. It's just a little bit bouncy. You know, I got lucky. I make footwear at least now, hopefully. But my break was phenomenal.
And on table number 1, the live speak table provided by OrangeForks Productions. Evo Art against Niels Hussein on table number 1.
Try to go here, it goes here. If you make same shot in 2 tables, you're also breaking so hard. Maybe that's here I'm breaking soft. My bench top. Alright? Got the fit for a tour? Huh? Got the fit with you for a tour? Yeah, of course. Don't play pool when you go.
They play an hour a year. They play 1 hour per year.
1 hour per year.
Mina plays less.
30 seconds a day.
Felix daarachter? Ja, ja.
And we're back with the next match, rattling them off in succession. Two Dutch players, Niels Fijn and Ivo Aerts, both having to battle it out through the loser's side of the bracket. Niels had a tough first match, beating Luca 8-7 and then losing to Kaçi, whereas Ivo Aerts lost his first match to Otto Olkonen and then came in this round. So one of them has to go home, the other one stays for another round of pool. See, both 8 and 9 will go to the same pocket. Let's go 2 rails around. I would expect him to do so. Goes up and down on one rail, not overly complicating things. Being joined again by Gethin Davies. Gethin, welcome back.
It's quick fire today, Kevin, here at the Klokke in Oostende. Niels back in action against Ivo Aerts. This is losers round 2. I'm sure Kevin's already told you. And this is going to be a tough match for the pair. Made the one off the break. No look at the 2, really. May have to put Ivo in trouble here.
Yeah. Normally you would say 2 down table, the cue ball up table, but that's 7. messes that up. But I would say this is a pretty good result there. It's 4 in a row.
Well, Ivo, very strong potter. And if you want to put him in trouble, you've really got to put him in trouble. That 3 ball lurking at the top of the table. He's going to need to push off this 2 now. Just wondering if he may even elect to come rail first.
Straight towards the 3.
He's got to play a similar shot now to get back down for the 4. And then again, back up for the 5. So the cue ball is going to be moving under Niels' control here.
Yeah, needs to travel from one side to the table and back again.
You just see on the left of the screen there, Quentin Bongers in action. He lost in that thriller of a hill-hill match. Now faces Carlos Cruz and has taken the first rack in that match. The other table, you'll just see Mr. Lanoy poking himself into the camera's view. Kevin Lanoy of Belgium, 4-3 up on Mika van Berkel.
He was 4-1 up just a few minutes ago.
Ooh. Mika putting the foot down. Now, may be able to get around the back of the 8-7 here and keep it flat enough for the 5. Needs to slow down.
Yeah, it does. It does
Yeah.
just in time.
You see the staircase just there in the background. That is a route for players going to the tables upstairs. It's a very busy place here, a unique location. Certain challenges for the players in some regards if they're used to more space around them. But what it does do is add for such great excitement and close excitement. So much so, just on the right there, you can see Niels' daughter come here to support Papa.
Yeah, and to her left, Ivo Aerts' wife.
Can't get closer to the action really, can you, Kev? Best seat in the house. Niels has done well, bringing that cue ball back up and down the table on them occasions. Now this long 7 up into the top right. Look to just bounce the cue ball back out table off the long rail.
Just like that. Two rails. I would say to the left top corner. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Coming across the potting line, that makes it much safer. You may all hear in the background a little bit of noise, should we say. Well, the bar downstairs is very lively here, not just with pool players, but with locals and people coming to watch. I'm sure you'll hear more of that as Niels Fine takes a 2-0 lead in this alternate break race to 8. Good start for Niels. Ivo will get to break. As you just see Kevin Lanoy scratch, and well, that may bring another opportunity to Mika Van Berkel on his comeback. As you can see, it is quite tight here. And I have to say, it's one of the attractions to this event. Now, didn't make the one off the break, but did make a one, Kevin. Or did make a ball, rather, Kevin. Can see the one, but...
Yeah, that's about it. Well, if you look at this angle, though...
Well, actually, it's a bit further off the rail than we
Yeah.
give it credit for.
But still didn't fancy it.
Good bit of traffic. Would be unfortunate if he's left the window there.
Yeah. I think he might. Niels having a good look. If anything, he's left the window for the kick shot.
The shuttle is leaving for the Armenonville now.
Made the kick. Gets the kiss off the 8. That one ball's tracking. That one ball's dropped. I think he would have preferred it to drop than hang around in the jaws. Now, does he have anything on the blue 2? I would suggest not. And if not, he may be able to come round the back of it. 2 rails even.
Yeah. Oh, and if he goes 1 rail, he might make that 9-ball move.
Yeah, I think you were right.
Oh,
Kevin.
and there he goes again.
Oh, oh, wow. Brings a little grin from Fire, and I completely understand why. Two escapes, 2 successful pots, back in trouble for a 3rd time in a row. Oh, and he's just missed the 2. Makes the 2.
Yeah.
Even though he missed it, he made it. But that will be ball in hand to Evo, and a great opportunity now as he faces a 2-0 deficit to get back, or rather to get on the board. It will be Niels to break next.
But yeah, now Evo is looking at, let's say he makes a break and run in his next rack. It's only 3-1, where it could have been 4-0 then.
Yeah, exactly. Not too bad at all.
He just needs to get the ball up table.
Yeah, nicely done. Nicely done. I do like Evo. I like the way he plays. Got to meet him many years ago at a tournament in Germany, Hangala. Got to meet his family as well. Really, really nice guy. Talented. Always there or thereabouts in these events here in Europe. Niels Fire, on the other hand, well, he's been consistently out there for many years, when Evo was likely considerably younger than he is now, and still performing at this level. Great to see. And now with the score at 2-1, Evo will be looking to get to the table here and pounce on a mistake from Niels. Will 1 arrive?
Oh, no, it nearly was there.
The cue ball bit both knuckles.
Alright, so 6 is kinda iffy there. see Niels is already checking out where he wants the cue ball to make the 7, make the 6 rather.
Yeah, it's in a little bit of a spot, Kev, as you've rightly pointed out. I do like the angle off the 5 to come round the short side of the 6 to take in the bottom left.
Yeah, it's not what he was looking at first, at least. But you never know. A bit of a bigger angle than he would have planned for.
Yeah, now, again, lends itself to that angle I was talking about, but it looks like he's planning to stop halfway down the table, and somewhere where his hand was there will give him the cut on the 6 and natural shape to come round for the 7. Needs to be precise. And I think he has been. That is very nicely done, Niels. So, these 4 balls just to stop Ivo bringing the score back to square at 2-2. This will be to extend the lead. And while Niels faces this 7, 8 and 9 pattern, I will just do an update on the scores and let you know what is going on out there at the Taverne de Klokke at this CUETEC Belgian Open. He's done that nicely. And this 9 for 3-1, back to his 2-rack difference lead. Will be Ivo to break, I believe. And just a few updates from other matches going on right now. We are quite deep into losers round 2. Ville Borgström of Finland trailing 2 racks to 4 against Cyril Ledoux. Piotr Harecchuk from Poland 2-4 down against Joey Haagmans. And Luca Galic, who we saw at the beginning of today, is trailing 2 racks to 0 against another Finn. And plenty out here in Belgium. Otto Olkinen, as we just take a look at Ivo's break, made a ball that 8 may be hampering the 1. And if it is, I'm not too sure exactly what Ivo can do effectively. Can play a push, of course. Where to? Well, that's a different question. So, looking like he's going to have to go rail first. I think he was hoping the 1 was going to come into or underneath the red 3. It hasn't, and the cue ball has not gone safe, I'm afraid. And that will lend itself for Niels to attack this, but a lot of work to do to get anything out of the cue ball onto this blue 2, which is tucked right down at this end of the table. Yeah, big puff of the cheeks from Niels, as you can see there. Understandably so. Is he loading up? Well, he's got an angle on the blue 2. It's thin. There's a chance if he plays this, he may run into the 5 as well. There is value in going for this, but where the 7 is, there's also maybe better value in going for the safe. Yeah, queuing over the 5 makes it that bit trickier as well. Well, he has got the 2 in a safe position. Evo looks quite like he can see a good edge of this 2. Whether or not he will elect to do that or come a rail first, I'm not sure. He's actually played that really well. Didn't look like that was on. Brought the cue ball into the path of the 7. They've locked up nicely, and the 5 is blocking the 2. Also, that 7 may be hampering the jump line for the 2 as well. So now Niels will need to look at other alternatives. He can play around the back of the 8. That's what he's lining up here. Oh, wasn't far away from rolling that 2 towards the corner pocket. As it has, it didn't run into a safe position. Evo can take this cut on, knowing that he's going to have the cue ball running up top of the table for the 3, and this is a great opportunity now. Little back and forth from Niels and Evo. And Evo looking like he's got the better of this encounter. The 5 has both bottom right and bottom left. But from the angle, Evo's staying underneath. Side pocket for the 5. Should be able to push this around to rails, or as he's done there, just check it up off the short rail. Force the cue ball out centre table, this 9, bring the scoreline back within 1. And Evo Arts brings the scoreline back to 3-2. Niels Fine will get the break. Little update from the matches taking part in losers round 2. Jen Salim did beat Alex Montpellier 8-3. Mustafa Trebelsi took the win over Liam Ratson 8-5. Nicholas Dorr of Germany beating Alan Franz of Curaçao 8-4. And the match is underway. Quentin Pongers over on table 3, which is at the back of the screen right now. 4-0 up on Carlos Cruz. Niels Fine to break. Wasn't far off making the 1 or the 8, but has made a ball up in the top right pocket. Looked like the red 3 ball, and look at where the 1's lined up. He's having a good look at the 4. The 4 is the trouble at the moment. 4 onto the 8 would probably be my favourite solution. I'm sure Niels would like a 4 onto 9 and tuck this up at that point. And where the 2 is, he has got options to pick either side of the 4. That's not far off where he wanted it. And he's had another look. He's pushing the cue ball through. 1, 2. Didn't come down maybe as far as he immediately would have wanted, but the 4-8 combination was always going to be on, bringing the cue ball down this side of the table and avoiding the 7. Wants to be careful here. If he hangs the 4 over the pocket, that he doesn't bring the 5 in the way. Shouldn't be a problem, of course. Not the way he's played it. Oh, the 4 hasn't dressed up exactly how Niels has wanted it to. Now this is a thin cut. The cue ball will be running away from him a little. Some big matches going on in the losers round. Mark Bijsterbosch takes on Maurits Loyerens. He's 2-0 up after losing a fantastic battle with Felix Vogel. I'm sure he was on the hill for quite a chunk of that match, and Felix coming back. Oh, cue ball looked like it was tracking, caught the jaw of the side pocket, and now has left a tricky 5. Can just focus on the pot, because the 6 is not in a bad spot. Oh, yeah, was a tough shot he'd left himself after the cue ball just run away. And now Kevin, Evo, has a good look at bringing their scoreline back to level, and well, Niels isn't getting it all his own way.
No, I think he kept like staying out of shape-ish, and then that accumulates, and because even if it didn't hit the point from the 4, it would have gone towards the 6, or possibly just straight up scratch.
Exactly. I was worried about the scratch before it caught the jaw. Now a nice bounce off the long rail here. Yeah. Well, Evo will know he's not going to expect many mistakes from his opponent. But right now, Niels is sat in his chair with his arms crossed. He will not be happy with the way that this rack has played out for him.
No, I think he would have expected to have it in the bag.
And instead of walking from the table with a 4-2 lead, he returns to the table to get the balls out of the pockets at the scoreline of 3-3. Evo to break, so whatever advantage Niels was able to muster up has been snuffed out. Let's have a quick look at what's going on out around Cafe Taverne de Klokke. We have quite a few matches underway. Ville Borgström of Finland trailing 3-5 against Cyril Ledoux. Any other highlights at the moment? Joey Haagmans 6-2 over Piotr Haruchczak. Kevin Lanoy. Whoa, Kevin Lanoy 6-4 up on Mika van Berkel as Niels comes back to the table for ball in hand, Kevin.
Oh. Yeah,
I'm with you. I'm thinking the same.
that 4-ball.
Can he play through the gap 8-7?
Maybe, or can he bump into the 8?
Oh, I don't like that, but I see what you mean. Bumping into the 8 would leave it flat for the left side pocket.
Really cheeky one is drawing it back and just playing the 4-9.
I'm not allowed to look at things like that anymore.
No, I went for your option. Kind of boring.
Now he's going to need to bump the 8. And that's not necessarily the nicest situation. He would have liked to have just finished the other side of this 4 to float naturally over towards the 5. Maybe forced to take a longer 5 now.
Yeah, I think if he had moved it a little bit further, he just had the one to the side.
Doesn't need to do too much here. Can just kill the ball. Long rail back out for the 6. Wouldn't even mind being straight on this 6, to be fair, Kevin. He's not. He's got the right side of it anyway.
Yeah, and there's plenty of options here. You see where he points at. Just draw it back a little bit. And then just stun it over from the 7 towards the 8.
Oh, we just saw Quinton play a bank jump over the 9, it looked like, to make contact with the 8. Legal shot.
Yeah, I just missed it.
Yeah, it looked impressive. Niels taking advantage there.
That scratch on the break.
Yeah, 4-3, back in the lead. Evo just not able to push on from bringing the scoreline back to level. He'll be disappointed, but we're not even yet at the halfway point. As I mentioned about the match on the other table, table 3 in the back there, that's Carlos Cruz taking on Quinton Pongers, and he's trailing 1-4 against Quinton.
And looks like he missed.
Yeah, and he's left him in on the 8 there. Our other table, which you can just see creeping into the left of your screen there. Well, that is the matchup between Kevin Lanoy and Mika van Berkel. Kevin Lanoy, the Belgian, 6-4 up in that race to 8. Niels to break, leading 4-3, making the 1 in the side pocket.
Oh, that Magicballrack.
Oh, can you believe it? Oh, Niels.
So, it's pretty rare you see something happening like this. It's...
frustrating when it does.
Yeah, it is frustrating, but I think it doesn't weigh up against the way the balls are.
Of course.
The benefits, yeah. So, you get a tight rack, and yeah. Every once in a while you get screwed by it.
The 9 was just supposed to move to the right, and it rolled up against the edge of the Magicballrack and just came back on itself, preventing Niels.
Oh, he's taking out his jump cue.
Yeah, I don't mind this if it's just an edge. Of course, if it's not me playing it and someone else. But just a little edge to nick over. He'll still need to elevate quite a bit. Oh,
There goes.
oh.
Oh.
Well, even though he's 4-3 up, I'm getting a sense that Niels is feeling things ain't going to go his way at the moment, and he needs to, and I'm sure he will, battle through it, but a couple of rolls of just asked that question. I'm sure Niels has seen it all before.
And then some.
Yeah, quite. He's got the book, the t-shirt. He's probably writing the memoirs as we speak. So, this 3-4. He needs to treat this quite carefully if he wants to bring it round the balls.
He's looking at the 8-9.
Oh, it might not be far off.
No, because I thought at first the 1 ball, the 8 ball would go in this corner pocket. Oh,
That'll work.
yeah, and now it looks like it doesn't, or it's a tight fit. So if that 8-9 is dead straight, there's a lot of value in
Ooh.
just going for it.
I felt he needed to push that a little bit further. Now he's got the 9-8 to cue over. Just adds a little bit of difficulty onto his shot. I'm just having a look across here, Kevin. That 8 does not go into the bottom left corner. But then it is about 20 foot away from me, and my eyesight isn't the best.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like the 8 will go. What are you thinking? You're a lot
Yeah.
taller. You could probably get closer to the action.
It looks like it doesn't go.
Whew. Kevin's on my side. Now,
I just pretend to be.
that little rub of the forehead from Evo, I think, is because he knows if he wants to get her back around for the 8-9 combination, he's going to have to move the cue ball right around the table now, because he's just finished high on the 6. He really needs the 8 to go in that right centre pocket, and I don't think it does either. Look.
Nope.
What do you think,
Let's see what
Jimmy?
he comes up.
The 8 go? Yeah. Oh my lord. We're 2-4 and 1 against. No, 1-4, 2 against in the box. Is he banking the 6 into the 8 for the 9 in the centre? This will bring the house down. This will bring the house down.
Oh, wow.
Well, we have to keep quiet in the box, ladies and gentlemen, because we're right next to the tables, but boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Kevin hasn't let go of his head, and I'm holding my nose, trying just to pretend it wasn't me that jumped out of my chair. Wow.
What a shot.
Evo, what great improvisation that.
Kind of disappointing, though, that he didn't make the 8 as well.
Yeah. I don't think he'd have minded if the 8 had gone as well, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference.
But what a switch from Niels thinking, well, it looked like visually he was just feeling the tilt was against him. And then after what looked like a touch of genius from Evo Arts, turned into the opportunity for Niels to get that 2-rack lead he so desperately seeks to maintain. Evo needs to just put that to one side. He is trailing 3 racks to 5, does have the break. Has been getting that 1 ball into the side pocket and does again.
But that 2 ball, well, he can see it. That's a start. It's a bit of a stretch. Gethin's pointing out to me he might be able to bank it into the right side pocket.
Well, just because there's a bit of traffic as well, you know, involved. Excuse me. If he makes this now, I'm going home. No, he's playing it thin. 4 and got the 9
Yeah.
for cover. Now where that 7 is, that makes the kick and stick a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
They could all kick and stick.
The 2 might actually bump into the 7, of course, and stay down there. And that's something you don't want to.
Well, I'm wondering if Niels dares get an edge of this 2. He may be able. I was going to say maybe there's a chance he can even go attacking here if it's just
Pot it.
yeah.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. From the overhead. No, maybe not. Cushion first. Side. The 2 avoids the 7, but it hasn't avoided coming back over to kiss the cue ball.
That's
He's still got to get
not a
to...
great opportunity for Ivo now.
How's he getting to this 3? Is he going to load up with left side?
I would expect so.
Over the 4. Oh, he's used the 4. Wow, good shot, Ivo. I think my heart rate has now returned back to normal. And Ivo has played some very nice touch shots. Knowing that he can't go around the angles to find it, he's had to be very particular with the cue ball, keeping it on a string.
Again, bumping into a ball. We have seen today in earlier matches that can go wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, cue ball down for the 7. Just off straight. Ooh, should be okay. Can just leave it. Yeah, that side of the 9. Very well done. And looking good for bringing the scoreline back to 4-5, Kevin. And Neil's not running away with it.
No, definitely not.
And I have to say, Ivo is looking in great shape. And to me, that tells me if Niels cannot feel the run is out, he's going to have to put Ivo in trouble. I think that's where he may be able to pip Ivo, because giving him opportunities like that, yeah, he won't need asking twice. So Ivo Arts trailing 4 racks to 5 in this race to 8 against Niels Fire. And
Niels to break.
no more results in as yet. Cyril to do 6-4 up on Villa Borgstrom. Joey Haagman 6-4 up against Piotr Hanachchuk. Niels to break. Has been making the 1 now. Oh,
Does
makes
so
it again.
Is that 7 gonna come into play? I think it. Yeah, there you can see it. It just might have.
Well, Niels will be hoping it's just one of them racks rather than one of them days. But there's been a few little runs.
Or more one of those matches then.
Yeah. Well, he can't really afford to do that now in the losers bracket, but agreed. He's crossed his arms. His body language says, I'm not impressed with you.
Yeah.
I wonder if his daughter's seen that look once or twice.
Can he jump it?
Maybe forced into it, Kev. I don't see a push. I do not see a push.
Yeah, because where were you going to push it? The way the 3 is, if you make the 2 ball, and like he does, then you're more than likely to get a shot at the 3 ball. Sorry. Still, not quite sure how it is dressed up for him. Does he need to go real first?
I would suggest rail first to keep that cue ball tracking. It's so easy to get unwanted spin on the cue ball and for it to stay down at that end of the table.
Yeah, well, if he's straight, he can also just draw it back. But why would he listen to us?
We are just mere commentators, and I don't blame him. He can play it like that. Fantastic. And that one shot bringing Niels right back into the fold.
Yeah, and we've seen it before. Like, in a completely messed up state or position, and just one shot and your favorite to win.
It all comes back into line. And a bit of a transition from 2 racks ago where he just could not seem to get control of the cue ball, as you quite rightly pointed out. Just made everything a bit more of a struggle until it went wrong. Sounded a bit heavy. That contact sounded a little bit...
He's still okay, I would guess. But might either need to travel now or leave a difficult long 9 ball.
I was going to say, I'm sure if we had a friend of the team here from the UK has been popping in some messages. A good friend of ours, referee from the WNT, Julian Roper. He'd have had that cue ball cleaned before Niels had stopped moving. And this 8 ball and a lot of travelling, Kevin. This cue ball.
Well, who's it going to bank?
No. But he isn't going to make it. Disappointed look on his face. Straight on the 8. Evo will be delighted to be back at the table. It looked forever and a day like Niels Fayen would be taking the scoreline to 6-4.
Yeah, and I can see a timeout coming up if Evo makes this 9 ball.
Which he does.
There he goes.
No. Not to be.
Nope.
Grit and determination is the order of the day.
No, well, there is a timeout, only the other way around.
Brilliant. Well, they have gone off for a timeout. Kevin, my colleague, will just go and grab himself a coffee. Maybe one for all of us. That would be nice. I'll just bring you a couple of updates from the other tables. And if you want to find these updates for yourself, please do visit qscore.com. You can search under Belgium, Taverne de Klokke, OrangeForks, or CUETEC, and the Belgian Open, and it will come up. We also have a side event coming up as well. That will be tonight, maybe tomorrow. And that will be a very fun affair, I am sure. As you just look in the background, that's the matchup between Carlos Cruz and Quinten Bongers. Quinten currently leading 5 racks to 3. Looks like he's just picked another one off. He will move 6 racks to 3. And we do have the matchup between Kevin Lanoy and Mika van Berkel on the other table. Kevin Lanoy has been in the lead for most of that match. However, he only leads by 1 now. However, that lead means he's on the hill. 7-6 against Mika. Mika at the table. And over here on our match between Ivo and Niels, locked at 5 apiece. Niels has had a couple of opportunities to really extend his lead, but dare I say, a couple of rolls not going Niels' way, and just playing a few mind games with him as well, something which I'm sure he's fully prepared for. Ivo back, racking. Can he take the lead and just maybe ask an extra question from Niels? If there is anything playing on Niels' mind, a breakout kicks off. You can get the link to that on Q-Score as well. There will be some tasty matchups in there, I'm sure. But none quite so much as getting to the latter stages today. Now from the break, Ivo was left hanging high and dry. Niels at the table. The two really is not looking so pretty there with regards to an available pocket. Certainly where the traffic is around it, he could play a good safety. We'll find out from his position play here. Yeah, he's looking to leave open probably the favourite pocket for the two, the right side, but position on the 3 is going to be a bit tricky. It looks like the cue ball could come off the long rail round the 9 to leave the 3 for the bottom left, but this shot needs to be played so delicately. So delicately so, he's turned it down and gone for the bank shot, and that might be the wrong decision as he's not made it, and the 2 has come back out in a nice position for Ivo. And, well, Niels not helping himself there. I remember many years ago watching Ivo play with Niels up at his house in Denmark, streamed on his home table. These guys playing big races in straight, so I'm sure they know each other very, very well and know their game inside out. And if Ivo's taken anything away from that, he might just be able to know when to turn the pressure on. And if he can, well, it will be interesting to see how he can push on from this 5-5 scoreline. Now, where that 5-9 is, he may just want to play this 4 and leave the cue ball high, and he can carom off of it onto the 9, but he's been able to come behind it. And he's come behind it in great fashion. Might have to play this in a fashion to bump into the 9 and take a longer 6, but as you can see where the 7 is, he doesn't need to do too much with the 6. He can focus on it. He's done exactly that. Solid stroke on the 7.
Table number 4, Alexander Oostbeck against Carlo Blasi. Table number 4.
We'll probably not do too much with this. Yeah, just float the cue ball off the short rail. No need to start moving that cue ball too far. This is natural angle now to come above the 9. And a mistake from Niels Fire. In fact, we've not had many, but it feels like Ivo has pounced on every single one. Scoreline now in his favour, 6 racks to 5. Niels will get the break. He needs to put whatever fear or negativity he's feeling from a perceived roll of the ball so far out of his mind. His breaks have been working. Ivo's are starting to come to him as well. That one ball regularly going in the side pocket. Over on our other tables, you can just see Quinton Pongers at the table there against Carlos Cruz. He's leading that Quinton 6 racks to 3. Kevin Lanoy and Mika van Berkel is now Hill just to the left of our screen. Looks like Kevin's at the table. He's having a look at a tricky predicament. Back to Niels Fire breaking. Made the 1. Cue ball was going in the direction of the side pocket. Hasn't. And this is a lot better for Niels here. 2 went down as well. 3 is on. Balls have a pocket. I have to say it. I don't want to, but he could not afford to make a mistake here because it will allow Ivo to get on the hill in this race to 8. We know what the commentator's curse is capable of, but I'd be remiss to not say anything. He has made some unforced or errors. He'd be the first to admit it. He's threading it through the gap of the 6-7. He's done that by the look of his body language. And it looks like he will avoid the 8. So the cue ball will come back towards centre table for the 5. Just a quick update on some other matches. Luca Galic training Otto Olkinen from Finland, 3 racks to 4. Oh, cue ball, cue ball, cue ball. Oh, when it rains it pours. You can see the dejection on his face there. It's happened. Now Ivo with a chance to get on the hill. Another Dutchman, 5-2 up on table 6. Mark Bijsterbosch leading 5-2, as I said, against Maurits Laurens. Now, looking to bring this cue ball down for shape on the 6. He's going to be coming down towards, well, not towards the 8. Bit of a funny one here. Oh. He won't be happy with that, but he decided on that shot himself. He wanted to load up with inside spin to avoid bringing the cue ball towards the 8-9. That made the shot so much trickier, especially because of the pace he needed to play it. It's just what Niels needs, just what Ivo did not want. Big moment in the match. And as if this man was built for the magic moments, Kevin Dijkstra, Ivo had the hill in his hands. Now
it's 6 each.
It is. mentioned about the Hill match. It's still going on over on table 2. Kevin Lanoy, Mika van Berkel playing for their tournament life in this loser's second round. Fantastic stuff. Kevin, Evo to break. Big rack for him. Does not want to let the break go to Niels with Niels on the hill.
Big rack for both of them. And I think...
Oh. Come on, Evo, give us more than that, will you?
Well, I think on a similar ball, Yanick went for the crossbank the previous match, wasn't it? Or was it 2 matches ago already?
Niels?
No, Yanick.
Oh, Yanick, yes, the crossbank, yep. That was 2.
Yeah, because the previous match was Kaçi and Zielinski.
We're firing through them today, Kevin.
Oh.
I mean,
So that meant the pot was actually on. Because he
yeah,
thinned
was
it.
looking to open it up, yeah. That's 2 now. He's put side on and misjudged how the cue ball's going to react. Well, thin look on the 4.
Not happy with it.
He's not happy. I just don't think he's happy with the way this match is going, full stop.
I don't think he's struggling as a whole, probably.
He looked shell-shocked from his group match against Pius.
Did he?
Pius, yeah. He looked a little bit like, whoa, that wasn't supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he had to fight for his group life in his last match, which he did. In a tough match.
And
Trying to
I
remember who
think, did he
played.
have his first match wasn't... that's the...
It was
so many
another strong player, and Pius beat both of them.
No, but I think I was looking at his first match of the day. Who did he play? Am I overlooking him, or... Oh, there. Yeah,
He was
so
playing
yeah,
here.
yeah.
He was playing here.
Yeah, but he had... No, that was his second match. So his first match was a hill
Oh.
victory, and then he loses his second match, and now still this one struggling, not playing like he's used to, not playing like he knows he can.
That's another part of the problem. However, if there was ever a player to be or to have the ability to control themselves mentally in such situations,
Oh yeah, it definitely is.
I'd have him down as one of them for sure.
Yeah.
This, as I said, Kevin, an important rack for, as you said, both players.
Is he going around 3 rails? Probably.
Done nicely.
Yeah. Another bit of traveling for the cue ball after with this shot. And then he's on the hill and he can break himself.
Ooh. This match has had a couple of flips in it. Keeping it exciting.
7-6 Niels.
Niels with the break. Both players getting their breaks working a lot better. Sort of coming up and after the midway point.
So, well, Niels is racking. We'll have a look at
Oh.
Mika at the table,
Thank you very much.
where it is hill.
He can see the 6. He can see the 6.
But it's all about how does it...
He does this. He does this a lot. It's his little thing. I have no idea if it helps or not.
So just
Mentally, I'm sure it does.
just go to Niels's break and might switch back if we can.
Oh, we got a hot hand on the cameras today.
Oh, well, some excitement in this rack at least.
Yeah, makes a ball, makes the 1, no shape on the 2, over on our table. Mika makes the 6, got a naughty shape on the 7. Fantastic. It's going to be like this all day today and tomorrow. I'm so looking forward to it. Non-stop mammoth monster matches.
Don't think
Loving
there's
it.
been a runaway match so far on this table.
There was, not on table 1, there was someone looking like him that they were going towards.
Well, okay, Kaçi and Zelinski was 8-4 and we've got an 8-5. So
No, yeah, Ralph took out Liam Ratson. He was leading right from the get-go. He was also leading 4-0 against Elliot Sanderson and got...
I think
till
it
Elliot
even
won
was
one.
6-0
Was
at
it?
some point. Oh, he needs that bounce, but I don't think he's got just what he wanted. No, well, you can see that.
You can see what he wanted.
Yeah. And you can definitely see this wasn't what he wanted.
Anything but that. Evo down on the shot. 3 passes the 8. Once he gets position on the 5, the 6, the 7 should be rudimentary. And then it's all about finding that 8.
Yeah, and like ideally where he is now with the cue ball.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. Ooh. He
It's a-
knows. Niels scratched in a similar position here, trying to flirt with the side pocket.
Not Evo.
No, no, no. Made it very nice. Needs to take the longer shot on here because of the position he left himself on the 4.
But he should be fine.
Yeah, very nice.
So now it's about getting the shape on the 7 to go towards that spot.
Let's see if Evo is to take this, how Niels mentally prepares for this decider.
Yeah. Just gonna say if you can just move it in a straight line down table.
Yeah.
As soon as he passes the side pockets, I would say he's good.
He wants it to slow now. That's exactly where he wanted it, Kev. You called it. Ooh.
Nah,
It felt like he was just running a bit close to the 9 for comfort.
don't create excitement. I guess there's some Evo fans downstairs.
You might have heard that. There's a big screen downstairs. Evo heard it clearly, had a little smile, looked over at Niels to see if there was a reaction. Nothing. Stone. A rock.
I think I did see a small smile once he sat down and Evo wasn't looking at him.
He knows what's going on. And that's not because there's a home favourite here whatsoever. I think it's really down to the fact that Niels is such a strong player.
No, well, Evo, there's a lot of guys from his area
All down
downstairs.
I definitely heard a Belgian twinge on some of them.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. So he does play Eredivisie with a couple of the local guys from here.
And they play up in Goes,
Yeah.
which is about an hour from here, is it? I guess. Up
Yeah.
into Zeeland.
I think it's closer to here than to anywhere in the Netherlands.
I could testament to that. I found that all out on my way down.
That's how I feel when I drive down there.
Lovely part of the world. Now, Niels at the table. He's just had to listen to a raucous cheer from downstairs as Ivo put himself on the hill. He's got to absorb it. He's got to use it.
Just trying to figure out. Oh, he's got some time. Yeah, that 4 passes the 8 clearly. So it's all about finding the shape on that 3. If he can make this 1 ball, that is, by the way.
Can he play short rail? Is he going to go short rail? He is. Big shot. Hill, hill. Hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no, let go of them a second. Oh,
Yeah, this is so dangerous.
you have to think he's guaranteed to be on the 2, eh?
If
That's
he makes
all
it.
I'm going to say at this point.
If he hits it.
He was looking at just picking up the long rail, second rail, just before the 1. Oh, 7-7. How's the line? Oh, wow. Caught it. Just caught it a bit thick. It's rolled down onto the bottom knuckle of the centre pocket. Come back up. You may hear a few more tickles from downstairs. I think that's on. I think this cut is on. Oh, it's about the same as it was before.
It's exactly the same position.
Oh, Kevin. He doesn't like it. He's got to play the same
He's
shot.
got to go round first.
You can imagine them all downstairs. They're having kittens. Oh, brilliant. I love this place. Oostende. Taverne de Klokke. Hill, hill. We're not even on the last day, ladies and gentlemen. He's got in with pace. He's made it.
Oh, no, but...
Where's the cue ball?
It's
Oh, he'll be all right.
for a second, it looked like it was going to come too low.
So, from this 2, all the way up for the 3. The 4 passes the 9.
We already established the 4 of the 3 passes the 8.
Yeah. You have to say advantage Evo. Well, apart from the golden, as you suggested, this match has had pretty much everything.
Yep.
Been fantastic. Shame to see one a winner and one have to leave the tournament.
But I did say that in the last match, the golden break.
Oh, was it the last one? Well, they're all moulding in together. I hope our astute viewers at home keeping track of this and are enjoying it as much as we are here. Now, I was about to say anything but straight on the 7. I'm sure Evo would even get straight to work.
Oh, yeah.
Not a bad pace. An angle. An angle, indeed. I love it when Evo does his little looks. Needs the bounce.
Yeah. I think he dug too deep in that one.
Oh, can he even hold for the 9? He's going to have to come up and down the table with a little bit of action. Oh, beautiful. This is being played like a final. This is great.
Well, it could have been the final.
Yeah. Made it. How is his cue ball? I don't know if...
Oh, it's good enough.
Yes. A little flick from Evo. Big, deep breath. This 9. To take the match, as you can hear from downstairs. Be under no illusion, that was a tough match for both Niels and for Evo, as Evo gives a little grin as he listens to them screaming downstairs. And he greets his better half with a congratulations from her as well. Not too sure exactly what match will be coming up next.
Mark, I think I can tell you. It's going to be Tobias Bongers and Felix Vogel. We'll be right back. Thank you.
Did you see that fall out?
And then we're moving on to the 5 p.m. matches on table number 1, Tobias Bongers against Felix Vogel, table 1. Table 2, Yanick against Ernesto Gioni, table 2. On table 3, Arseni Sebastianov against Yannick Bongers, table 3. And on table number 5, Ettore Montari against Victor Zielinski, table number 5.
Schön Wasser noch.
And on table number 6, Kaçi against Matthew Ridley. Table number 6.
Niks van. Niks van. Ik begrijp veel talen, maar het is echt waar. Het is niks. Zullen we zien. Als het niet kan, dan kan het niet meer. Jammer. Wilde dit? Hoor je een wilde? Oh. Dan kunnen we ook zo spelen. Klein, Anna.
Well, a good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Taverne de Klokke here in Oostende, Belgium for the CUETEC Belgian Open. You join us for the winners qualification matchup between Tobias Bongers and Felix Vogel, all German matchup. Both of these players fresh from the European Championships. My name's Gethin Davis. Joining me back in the box for the action, Kevin Dijkstra. Welcome back, Kev.
Hello, thank you. So yeah, both won their first match, maybe 2 matches, and yeah, now they have to decide who makes it into the single elimination.
Yeah, had the pleasure of watching both these players over in Antalya recently. Both delivering very well, going deep. And quite a few strong Germans still in the tournament. These are up there.
Well,
Oof.
generally the Germans are strong.
Absolutely. I was waiting for you to make a joke about body odor or something then. I was
No.
the pause, the delay. Look at the balls have laid up there. It looks like someone's tilted the table on its side.
Yeah, if you were playing one pocket, that
I'd like that. I'll be banking the 5 across right now. So push from Tobias from the get-go. Made the 1, but just doesn't have... Just doesn't...
have anything then now.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the value in going here?
The kick and stick looks like the order of the day.
Yeah, but then you have to make the two go into the right third of the table.
There's only the 5. Really for the rescue.
Yeah. Well, depending on where he gets the cue ball to go.
Oh, is that an angle to attack the 3? He's having a look. Needs to be careful. There's a good chance he can lock himself up behind the 6 here if he doesn't get in there with enough premise or at the right angle. He's just eyeing it up. Bongers is a good, strong, straight player. He does know how to run into balls and open them up.
Yeah, that's true. But
yeah.
Oh, you called it.
Always the chance, and
Yeah, well,
he tied that 3 up to start with.
yeah. He could go for the 1 rail into the side.
Yeah.
You have to kick at it through that rail anyway.
Yeah, and there's a good chance if he catches it half ball, good things can come behind the 6 or the 7. I kind of like him going at this quite hard, though, to be fair.
Yeah. If he then hits the bottom side of the 6 off the 3, who knows what happens to that 8-9.
Kevin said it first. He did, as I suggested. Oh, look at the result. Tap on the table, but...
Great safety.
Yeah. For our viewers that are continuing on from our last match, yes, we will still be getting the noise from downstairs. It has been like this since day 1. We're on the penultimate day, day 4. I'll get through to the last 16 today.
Yeah, so after this, there's 2 more rounds to be played, I think. 3 more rounds. No, sorry, 2 more rounds. So one at 6:30 and one at 8.
Excellent. Excellent. Lots of big names as well still out there. A few already through to the latter stages.
Well, good hit and a lot of distance.
Yeah. As we said at the beginning, Kevin, most of the traffic over the right-hand side of the table. He may be able to glance off the left-hand side of the 3 here.
Go towards the 8.
I'll bring the cue ball down back here into a better position. If he just slides off the 3 like that.
And then he'll find the cover. Cover-ish.
I can tell you something now. Felix will not think twice about jumping over the edge of this 6. The younger generation coming through seem to have practiced just as much with their jump stick as they have with the playing stick. Maybe he can see enough here.
No, he can maybe thin hit it. I don't like the 4 there though. If you hit it really thin, you're going to run into the 4, and what happens then?
Well, he's had a look at the 1 rail off the long rail here. Maybe having a think that... Look at the potting angle. Oh, it went that direction.
And gets the reward. Yeah, so another 1 real kick. We've seen them fired in like that.
Yeah, good thick contact.
Side pockets are there actually, but he went more
Off the 9.
contained.
Ooh.
I was gonna say if he underhit the kick bank, that 7 made the other side pocket really big. Now I could see them use the 7 to make the 6 in the side later on.
Yeah, with the 5 down this end of the table, that's not a bad shout at all.
Yeah, and if well, that it has to be that. I was going to say maybe.
How far up is the 7? Oh yeah, you'll be able to play off the 7.
Oh, doesn't need to use the 7 now.
No, but I kind of liked him developing the 7 a bit from that position.
Yeah, it might have been actually been necessary.
Yeah, tricky 4. Is he looking to lock the cue ball up behind the 6 instead? I wouldn't blame him if he did. But I know Felix is quite an aggressive attacking player.
Because that 7's gonna cause trouble later on in the rack.
Yeah, for who?
If he can get like slightly off angle on the 6, he might be able to draw it into the 7 from there.
Yeah, that's not a bad shout as well.
Because now he... Okay, so again, that side pocket is big. It might be worth going for the bank and developing the 7 again. What's he doing?
He's not giving too much away here, Kevin. He looked initially at the bank. He's looked again at that.
Yeah, I think the bank is the game-winning shot here.
Yeah, otherwise he's got to try and put the cue ball back behind the 6. He's gone behind the 6, maybe to pick up a little bit of the 9.
Ooh, well, there we go.
Oochie coochie. I'm not too sure. I think that 4 passes the 9. Thank you.
Yep.
Kevin. Nice work on the cameras there, colleague. And yeah. This could be it. A quick rack from this point on. Just waiting for our official Yoni to let someone in through the door. Strict policy of who comes in, who comes out, and when they can, so as to minimize any disruption to play. This is a big shot, even in this opening rack. And this will take the 7 out of the equation.
Yep. And it always felt like it was going to be a quicker rack because of the way the 8 and 9 were, but
it's just how you're going to get there.
yeah.
Now, Tobias not converting his break. We get to have a little look at Felix's break here. Bongers did make the 1 in the side pocket, just didn't really get rewarded from it. Will that be different here for Felix? Looking in the background there. Match underway between Yanick Bongers and Arseny Sebastianov, one of the strong Finnish contingency, leading 2-1 against Yanick. His countryman, fellow countryman Jani Sikkanen, 2-0 up against Ernesto Gioni.
I do think it's 2-2 now, but they haven't updated the score yet.
Oh, thank you.
I feel like it was already 2-1, but I might be wrong there.
Oh, because Yannick's breaking, of course. Good shout. Now, look at what he's left with here. Made balls. Going to play the push. What's he doing with the 7 here?
Well, it's not necessarily doing something with the 7, I guess.
Yeah.
It was just in the way of his push-up.
Yeah. Looking at playing the 3 into the 4.
Yeah. Cue ball backup table. Down table, actually.
Where's the 4 going to go? Somewhere around the back of the... or into the 8, perhaps, depending how hard he's going to need to go into it with a bit of oomph to get that cue ball round. Hard to ignore the Belgian choir downstairs singing their hearts out.
Shanty choir near the sea.
Oh. Yeah, Tobias just not happy with that. You know, he's going to be catching this red 3 pretty thick, and that's going to slow the cue ball down, which means he's going to have to go into it with quite a bit of pace. He'd ideally want to catch this 3 a little thinner.
And it might go in off the 4.
He's giving it back. Has given it back, Kevin.
Yeah, it's a tough shot, for sure.
A small risk of selling out if he catches it too thin.
Well, like I said, it might go in off the 4
as well.
But then you've got your cue ball all the way down here.
That was the idea. That's what Tobias was looking at as well. But he knew that that cue ball was going to be coming up slow, as you saw there from Felix's shot. But good line, hampered now by the 9 ball as well.
Might hit high behind the 8.
Oh, without the double kiss it would have been. And Kevin. The cue ball avoids the scratch. The 3.
It looks pretty straight.
Yeah.
But hitting the sweet spot on the cue ball might be a bit tricky with the cue ball being in the pocket.
As you just saw, Yanick Pongers in the background making a great jump shot. And holding shape for his 3 over on table 3 against the Finn Sebastianov. Now, Kevin talked about how to hit the sweep spot, and if it's possible, from where that cue ball is rested, he's jacking up. Encourage that cue ball just to freeze up off the 3. Oh, didn't hit it straight. And didn't get away with the roll either. There was a danger that cue ball was going to come up behind the 8 ball. It hasn't. Now, Tobias can play off the right hand side of this 3 and bring the cue ball right up behind the 4. Well, the 3 will go. Well, he may want to take on the bank in the same shot. He may want to. He played it on the professional side, bringing the 3 back out nigh on centre table on the short rail. Difference being, Felix can see it.
Yeah. Now, if you go attacking, I would say that bank is on.
I'm just wondering where the cue ball is positioned. If even the option of trying to get the cue ball behind the 8 is there.
I think with a lot of spin it might work, but then there's a big chance of overdoing it.
That was the danger, the overdoing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
There's a window, but
there can't be.
he's having a little look. I don't think he'll see the potting angle. He'd be very lucky if he has finished like that.
I can't imagine him actually being able. There you go. Couldn't imagine him being able to go through there. Looked like it could fit a ball coming in straight.
Well, we'll never know now.
I think we do, because he didn't take it on. So I'm just going to claim I'm right.
Sometimes we've got to give one to Kevin. Now, he's looking at the potting angle here, Kev. He's looking at the potting angle.
Yeah,
here.
well, it's basically a shot to nothing. Because you're going to get the cue ball all the way down here. So if you mishit it, it probably will end up safe.
Oh, he did contact it.
That was thin. Well, maybe Tobias can show how it's done now.
Yeah, I was just about to say, pretty much the same setup.
I think we saw that in the last match as well. Slightly different shot though.
We've had some great matches so far. This is. You keep thinking it's hard to top the last one.
Nah, he just goes for a safe route.
And that's quite nicely done, Kevin. Although, not a hard 8 to get over.
Nope. But I would assume he might want to hit it. No, the 3-9 is not there, sorry.
I mean, I'm thinking he wants to catch this quite thick. Avoid the 5 with the 3. Throw the 3 round up the top of the table. And look for that cue ball to come maybe off the long rail into the short rail. He's done that. How did the cue ball? Oh. Nah, a little wry smile. Felix knew there's nothing you can do about catching the middle jaw like that and having the 3 lay up so well. But I think he played the right shot there. That 3 did look like it was going to come around towards the 8.
It's been a long first couple of racks.
Yeah.
And I don't think they've like actually missed.
Only Felix with that very, very difficult cut.
Yeah, okay, but
That wasn't really that's not an on shot, really. Well, for mere mortals like us.
but like shots like this, so I wouldn't say this is a 100% shot, but it's close. And yeah, they just haven't missed, but they've been safe a lot. A bit of tactics.
What's he doing with the cue ball here, Kev? Into the 6, or is he around it? He's around it.
Needs to slow down.
Oh, not bad.
That's pretty.
Yeah, that's pretty darn good. He's got an opportunity maybe for the 6 past the 8. If he's able just to dig down and freeze that cue ball.
I don't
maybe
think
not.
it goes.
Well, he may be forced into having to do something clever here or take on a very difficult shot into the side pocket otherwise.
What? Couldn't he try and play the 5-7?
Has he looked at it? Is that what he was just looking at?
I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it, the way he's jacking up.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe it does go.
I think the 8 ball's moved a little bit, hasn't it, since we last looked?
Yeah, that's it.
It does go, Kevin.
Handily so.
Cue ball's still just sitting close to that long rail. That makes this a little bit trickier, especially if he's looking to push it round short rail, right long rail.
Yeah, but he can still hit the ball high. Basically just let the cue ball do the work.
Yeah, played well. Cut on the 8. Bring the cue ball back to a similar position where it is now would be ideal for the German.
Just prefers to take the long shot over doing something special with the cue ball.
Yep.
Just making sure he made the 8 ball.
Well, Kevin, what has been quite a while to get through 2 wrecks in this match. We now found Tobias Bongers back at 1 apiece. What are we looking at on the scoreboard, Kevin? Tell me.
Well, we've got a match that started about 5 minutes earlier, I'd say. And they're already at 5-3. And to be fair, I think those are two of the quicker players in the tournament. As you can see in the background, Arseny Savasyanov rattling off a couple of balls to make it 5-4 against Yanick Bongers.
So, both opening racks going against the break. Tobias looking to do similar. Sounded a little bit
Off.
off. Yeah, off
But
would be the word.
look at how it shaped out again.
Well, another teaser attempter for the young German, Felix, the Birdman Vogel.
Did you just create a nickname for him?
No. ChatGPT created a nickname for him. That's what it told me. You can go and double check now. Thank you, Kevin. Maybe I'm supposed to say it in German. I'm not too sure. But I know I have a very astute colleague with me.
Well, one that doesn't speak German.
Maybe we'll get the opportunity to ask Felix himself. Oh,
Nice jump. Held it nicely as well.
little click of the fingers from Tobias. Very nice gesture. That was played beautifully and delicately.
Needs to miss that 6 ball, but he did so. So now that's a 3-5 combination down the rail. Basically just has to play the 3 to make it.
That's a difficult combination to go for when
Yeah.
the second ball's just off the cushion. You know.
Yeah.
He felt it. It wasn't far away. It's come out not too bad, but if Tobias could get good position on the cue ball behind the 5, he may look to try and play the 3 into the 9 here.
I was just looking at that as well.
We've already had an early 9.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't really call it early. I think it was 9 minutes into the rack. But that was how the table was laid out.
Fair point. Yeah, absolutely right.
I would say premature.
But in keeping with the theme, Bongers is having a good old look at this. You can't see him at the bottom of your screen, but we do have a direct beeline to the fella, and he's really standing square on, looking at down the barrel of the 3-9. So he's got something in mind. I would suggest just focus on the cue ball. He does come up against these shots in a straight match where you've got to play into the pack and screw back.
Mm-hmm. But key word there is pack.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm asking him to go a little bit sideways as well. Talking of the match, just to the left between Sebastianov and Yanick Bongers. Yanick now 5-4 up. That one is looking quite tight. Played to avoid the 9. Looked for the top left corner. That is not good enough.
Nearly just missed it.
Now, everything pretty much out in the open, Kevin, and you could argue the 5 to the 6 may be a little
Tricky with the 8 and the 9
yeah.
there. Because you want to basically get where the cue ball is now, or where the 8 ball is.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, he could just draw back that side of the 8 if he wanted to and take the 6 up into the top right.
Yeah,
Looks flat enough.
a lot can go wrong going into the 8.
Oh, nice. Came the other side instead. Yeah, floats round for the 8. Much more under control.
Yeah.
Again, against the break. Didn't we see something similar in the last match?
Yes, we did. We sure did.
Which, in complete contrast to our opening few matches, players finding the 1 ball very consistently into the side pocket.
Just not getting any shape.
Yeah. And Felix Vogel back out in the lead, 2-1. Will be his break as well in this race to 8. Quite a few matches underway in the winners' qualification round. Jani Sikkanen 3-2 up over the Albanian Ernesto Gioni. Arseny Sebastianov has brought it back to 5 apiece in the matchup on our table 3, just behind you there, against Yanick Bongers. Oliver Solnocki has just kicked off his match against Jan van Leerop, his 1-0 up. Tim Jonkman from the Netherlands, 2-0 up against Piers Bayer from Germany. Claudio Kaçi is 5-2 up against Matthew Wrigley from the UK. Tobias Bongers, as we already know, on this table, is trailing 2-1 to Felix. So yeah, they're a little bit slower than the other matches out there. Now, 1 ball, side pocket, still not a good looky, eh? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Well, very good opportunity for a safe. Just bringing the 2 back up. Could play it in a way as if he's banking it into the corner pocket. And that cue ball should roll into the 6. Just like that. Oh, and it seems to have locked in against the 6. that
Yeah,
may take away.
There's not a straight line, clear line there.
Using the extension, got a bit of side on that, which just shifted the cue ball a little bit before it got up towards the blue 2.
Yeah. So a good chance for Felix to extend his lead now. Nice spread of the balls.
Yeah, this would be a great opportunity now that it's gone against the break for Felix just to bring it back under his control. It will give him a 2-rack lead as well to work with. And well, he may not be of an age where he's been involved in every type of safety situation. When he's in a position like this, he certainly knows how to tuck him away and manage pattern play. World Junior Champion amongst many other accreditations under his belt. 18 now.
Yeah, I think he won one of the Matchroom Junior tournaments, didn't he?
Yeah, and Euro Championship Junior event towards the end of last year. On his 18th birthday, I believe.
Oh,
we
right.
need to have a little look into that, but I'm pretty sure we saw him celebrate his birthday at the same time. Special occasion for the young man.
Yeah, he won the Saudi Junior Championship. And he also won the Jason Shaw Junior Open. So that's the junior tournaments that coincide with the World Championship and UK Open respectively.
That's a good win. That's a good win.
Let's see if we can find some results for that.
As I said, Kevin, once he gets a view of the finish line and the pattern to get there, he does not hesitate to push on through.
No, he doesn't. So let's see. Yeah, in the Saudi Junior Championship, he beat Ivan Rudenko of Ukraine 9-4. Actually lost in the winners qualifier that tournament.
Yeah, strong young German has now taken a 2-rack lead. He now leads 3 racks to 1. Race to 8. And, well, that 2-rack lead could prove very beneficial, especially if he's got his break working and Bongers is just struggling a little. Quick update, we have 3 losers round 2 matches underway. Ettore Multari taking on Victor Zelensky. He trails 3 racks to 4. Victor leading there. Marcel Notenbaum against the Brit UK, Elliot Sanderson, locked at 2 apiece. And Alexander Uzbek trailing 2 racks to 6 against another UK player, Carlo Blasi.
Yeah, Alexander Uzbek, who surprisingly isn't from Uzbekistan.
Yeah, under the German flag. Quite a few Germans here, quite a few Finns, a few Dutchies, Quite a few Belgians, understandably. 20 nations in total represented here at the Belgian Open. Oh, have a word. And a clip on the 7 did not spoil the party. What a cut that he's taken on there. Probably felt there was an element of safety coming up behind the 9-5, but the clip on the 7 took that out of the equation. He has left a shot on this 3 and is looking, well, be looking either to find the gap between the 6-5 or come past the 6. Well, he's looked to do neither. He's run straight into the 9. What is he left with? Oh, I think this cut is on.
Yeah, it's hard to see from this angle. But, yeah, it definitely is on.
He may be able to slide past the 5 or again go into the 5. Yeah, he stayed low on it.
Taking it to the side.
Well, Kev, if both players have got their break working now and they start running, this 2-rack advantage of Felix could be timely.
Yeah, if that happens, but we've seen basically every break they don't get a shot.
Yeah. And look at the shot Tobias had to take on there to open up his account here. But what an opening shot. It's led to this situation now. 7, 8, 9. The 8 hiding under Bongers there. And in quick fashion bring the score back to 3-2. And we were just making a comment about how slow them first 2 racks took. Mainly due to the position that the players were left in after the break. And just look in contrast to what both these players can do when they're in amongst the balls.
And then they know how to run the racks.
Oh yeah. Exactly, Kevin. So, quick update. Let's have a look in the background. Table 3. Matchup between Sebastianov and Yanick Bongers. Well, Sebastianov leading 7 racks to 6 is on the hill. Yanick up against it in that match.
I'm trying to see, but I can't see from here. On that table, the 2-9 are glued together. And I'm not quite sure if they're heading towards the pocket or not.
The 2 looks like it may come off the 9. I'm having a little look under the screen. Sorry to digress, ladies and gentlemen. You can see there. Looks like it might play into the corner pocket. Ooh, it would have, but he didn't hit the right angle. Over on table 2, we have Jani Sikkanen from Finland, trailing 3 racks to 4 against the Albanian Ernesto Gioni. I'll bring you some more scores in a moment, but that's the 3 tables on this floor here. Felix vocal to break. Started getting his break working a little bit better in the last one. This is his 3rd. Oh.
No.
Cue ball chasing the 1.
And now we're back to all square if Tobias makes this.
Not a bad spread.
And just going to that other table for a second, where you can see Sebastianov make the winning 9 ball and dumps out Yanick Bongers, or it was this?
Yeah.
Oh no, this was winner qualifier. So
yeah, Yannick's still in it.
Sebastianov, the first player to advance to tomorrow. Yanick has to wait about an hour or 2, I'd say 2.5. to play his loser qualifying match to follow him to the Monday. Yeah, tomorrow's Monday.
I like the way we ask just to check. Yeah, scratch off the break from Felix. Bongers will be looking to pounce here. Yep. Brought that round nicely, avoided the 6. Straight on the 5, but on the 5 indeed. Well, he's just eyeing that up.
He's not completely straight, is he?
I don't know, he just shook his head like, ah. Maybe not. Maybe he couldn't. He can push the cue ball through. Good, Kevin. You picked up on that. Well done. And while he's taking care of this 6, we have a few more matches in the winners' qualification underway. Oliver Zolnocki, 2-0 up on Jan van Leerdop. Tim Jonkman, 3-1 up on Piers Bayer. Claudio Kaçi on the hill against the UK player Matthew Wrigley. And Mohamed Soufi trailing 1-2 against another German, the Kaiser, Ralph Suke.
Nice shot there from Tobias on the 6 towards the 7.
Could prove to be an important rack.
Oh,
don't slow. It has. Well, he didn't want to do that, did he, Kev? Still fancy him for it, of course.
yeah.
You'd rather not be having to pot them. But he has.
It's good to be able to.
Yeah, exactly. And that brings the scoreline
to 3 apiece.
Yeah, and that little advantage that Felix had been patiently working towards has been snuffed out. 3 breaks down each. Tobias at the table for his 4th. And thank you for joining us here. We are on the Golden Beaches in Belgium at Oostende. Beautiful place. Great for tourism. Fish markets, food. And right now, especially right now, some of the best pool that you will be finding around. You may be hearing a bit of background noise. There is a big party atmosphere here. A lot of local support.
Let's see it. I was about to say he might get a shot now, and then it kept rolling.
We wanted to say as well. It's just
rolling.
yeah, exactly. Well,
at least he can see it this time.
Yeah, exactly. And I can see options for safe. If he can keep the cue ball down behind the 6.
baby
Oh.
steps first.
Oh, he's looking to use the 5. Fantastic. May have left a little look at it, but it looks tight. Felix can jump. He may be able to jump and play the 2 into the 5 and run the cue ball up the table.
It is dangerous though.
Looks much easier from this chair, I have to admit.
More expect him to hit it straight in the face and try to draw it back behind the 6.
Caught an edge. That'll be enough. Avoids the
Yeah.
scratch.
But leaves an open shot to Tobias.
Yeah, he'll be wanting to put Felix in trouble again here. He could play off the 2 to bring the cue ball up behind the 8. He could keep the cue ball down here as well. He does have options, Kev.
Yeah, I feel like playing your cue ball down here is the safer bet. As that 2 ball will be in the open if you go for the hiding behind the 8.
Yeah, good point. He's had a real close look at this. He must be caught between 2 shots. Is he looking at the bank and freezing the cue ball for the 3? Keeps looking up at this line up onto the 3.
Maybe to check for safeties.
Yep. Well, I fancy Felix coming straight to the table with his jump stick. He has. All out attack.
Yeah. I guess if the 2 ball's in the open like this, then if you're gonna jump at it, you're jumping to make it.
Yeah. Catches it full. Got the 9 ball moving. It's tracking. That is going to hang out to dry, Kevin. If it's straight, it might make this tricky for Tobias, but
The shuttle for the Aramith field is here. People that need to take the shuttle, you have 5 minutes to come to the shuttle.
oh. He has played that very well. Threatened a bit of trouble with the 9. Now has a very slight angle. little bit of a cheat on the pocket just to get a bit more angle. Got a longer fall, but doesn't need to do too much, you feel, with the cue ball. Focus on the pot. Focus on the pot not made. The 4 has tracked past the side pocket with no path to that top right. So, good chance Tobias will get back to the table. To what? Well, that's down to this young German here. If he's not feeling there's a safety on, he may be forced into taking the 4-8 combination on. I think that 8 was not supposed to move.
The plus side is it moved close to the pocket. Doesn't want it straight.
Would love a bounce. Gets the bounce. Okay, so that little bit of momentum that Felix was building has really come to a stop here.
Yeah.
The scoreline looks like it's going to flip.
Tobias has taken over so far. Or at least for now.
Still a way to go, not at the halfway point yet.
Well, he is if he makes these 3 balls.
Well, he knows where he wants to be. He's just waiting for colleagues on another table just to take their shot. Much respect between them all out here. Just making doubly sure he doesn't put his clothes anywhere near the 9. And this should see Tobias Bongers take the lead. He hasn't had the lead for a while.
I think only at 1-0, or maybe even not
No,
even that.
I think it was against his break, wasn't it, in the first rack?
Yeah.
To Felix. So yeah, this will be the first time in the match with the lead. The break with Felix. In this race to 8, let's have a little look at what's going on out on the other tables. I'll start from bottom to top this time. It looks like Mohamed Soufi is locked at 3-3 against the Kaiser Ralph Suke. Claudio Kaçi, well, that's a result, has taken that match against Matthew Wrigley, 8-3. He's booked his place in the last 16. Tim Jonkman is 4-2 up over Piers Bayer. Oliver Solnocki 3-0 up on Jan van Leerop. And Yanni Sikkanen 3-6 down on the Albanian Ernesto Gioni. The other result coming in, we've already given you, and that's Arseny Sebastianov through to the last 16. The losers in this winners qualification will move over to the losers round 3. A little bit of a longer route to get to.
Losers qualification.
Qualification, straight
Yeah.
into the losers quali, yeah. Thank you.
So he does have a shot, but it's not a nice one.
No.
And he agrees.
Now, he's pushed that cue ball closer to the 2, closer to the 6. They're having a bit of a laugh. I like it. 4-3, having a giggle with each other. You take it on, Felix, says Tobias.
Yeah, he's going to play rail first. Not quite sure if he intended for it to be that far then.
Oh. Well,
It's not bad.
not bad at all, and came across in a fashion, took a chunk of the 8, and, well, is sat quite close to this 4. He's eyeing up the thin cut potting angle. It depends where he wants to get on this 4 from the 3. Centre table would be ideal, I would.
Yeah, it depends on where does he want to go with the 5. I would probably prefer to go to the side. You can just naturally move towards the 6.
Yeah, much better.
But he disagrees, it seems.
Yeah, he did. Played very well. Should be able to draw back and avoid the 9.
Yeah, well, even if he doesn't avoid the 9, it's not that bad. But as you said, he could avoid it.
And now, 4 balls left to bring the scoreline back to 4-4. It will be Bongers' break. Seems to have a right angle just to float down a trace.
Yeah, he doesn't need much. As long as it just moves. Well, he took enough. I think everywhere along that line would have been okay.
Yeah. He's now looking at bringing the cue ball down to the bottom left quadrant. And looking very good. Both players strong. If their breaks are starting to come to them, fireworks abound.
Oh, needs to slow this down. Not a lot of angle to work with, I think. So
Got as much as he could out of it.
yeah, just opts to go towards the side pocket there.
To bring us back to level, Kevin. He has 4-4, race to 8. Great stuff. Nothing between them. Looks like. Oh, I thought Felix just asked if he could step out for a second. I think he is. While he steps out, we will just step out and just fill up our glasses. We'll be back very shortly to join Felix and Tobias back at this thrilling race to 8 winners qualification matchup. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the next chapter of this exciting Race to 8 Winners qualification matchup. Tobias Bongers against Felix Vogel. Felix taking an early 2-rack lead. Tobias bringing it back and then regaining the lead. Back at 4 apiece. Balls going in off the break. So far, both players just getting a bit unfortunate on their shape on the 2, and it looks like we're back into a similar position. Now, Tobias has gone straight to the playing cue, it looks like. I do feel if he wants to be aggressive, he could just want to nip over the edge of the 8. He's thinking about it. This camera angle would suggest it's very much on. Here he goes. Would love to make this. Good chance of holding for the 3. Well, there was a good chance. Hasn't held for it. Made the pot successfully. the options for attacking here, not really in his favour. He's just looking to glance off the red 3. It's got the 4, the 8 and the 9 to get behind. Has done it to great effect. As you can see, full ball cover. Felix is having a little look at what he can get out of a jump here. He's played a couple of good jumps so far. His opponent played a good one in this rack as well. We'll be looking. Well, I would say be looking to get good cue ball and safe. He may be looking to be a bit more creative here. He is full of surprises, this young German lad. Well, I can't work out if he was going for it or not, because he wasn't far away from making it. However, the cue ball was tracking into quite a handy position as well. And look at the result. I think if there is an edge at all, it's not going to be worth Bongers' attention. He may be forced to take the jump stick out here as well. Well, he's looked to get cover, hasn't got the cover, as he indicated with his pool cue there. Tobias wanted to get that white ball behind the 9, hasn't. Now, this time not a jump for Felix, but he might want to play a similar shot. Maybe glance off the edge of the 3 to bring the cue ball back up this end of the table, looking for cover. Well, Felix has had a real good look at his options. Sometimes, when your back's up against it, the best defense is offense. He's gone for it. Oh, wasn't far away. Wasn't far away indeed. However, that 3 ball has hung out there for Tobias. I did like going offensive because getting shape, or rather cover with the cue ball, was difficult. However, Bongers back at the table. A little bit of activity just going on the first floor here. Other matches will be kicking off soon, and so that just means a bit more activity around this table 1. He's having a little mutter with himself. He's come up high on the 6, natural angle to come down for the 7.
Is towards the 9.
he didn't want to contact the 8 there. It may have worked out all right with the double kiss.
Yeah, if he can manage to hold it, should be okay.
Yeah, cue ball running away from the 8. He daren't play this dead weight, so he's looking at the angles.
Is he going around?
I think he's forced to. Yep. Done that very well.
And he could... Will he just go to the right side pocket, you think?
I don't know, I've seen him play these before where he brings the cue ball
All the way around.
Yeah, he's not now, he's jacking up. Yeah.
Yeah, more angle than
Yeah.
at first thought.
It looked a bit straighter, didn't it? Well, another useful one for Tobias here. He's keeping his neck out in front after just having to come from one rack down, or 2 racks down rather, against Felix. A little word from Tobias. I think he's just running off
No, he's taking the time out.
to the little boy's room. While he does do that, let me bring you some updates before the next round of matches start kicking off. Jani Sikkanen just in front of us here on table 2, still trailing to Ernesto Gioni, the score 6-4. Oliver Solnocki, who came back from a 4-0 deficit in his last match, is now 4-0 up on Jan van Leerdop. Tim Jonkman and Piers Beyer are locked at 4 apiece. Mohamed Soufi is still trailing Ralph Suke, the Kaiser, 3 racks to 5. Felix just having a little double check of the contact on the balls in the rack. He will need to just wait a few more moments for Bongers to return. And there are matches about to start off as well. I'm having a little looky. Well, we have still 2 losers round 2 matches underway. Marcel Notenbaum taking on Elliot Sanderson. He's 7-4 up on the hill. And the second one, well, that's Hill. The matchup between Alexander Uzbek and Carlo Blasi of the UK. Well, that's over on table 4. We may hear some banging on the floor at some point, as it looks like over on table 2, Plenty Kaçi's kicking off. Just trying to get an information on Plenty Kaçi's match. Oh, there it is. Hiding at the bottom of the winners' qualification rounds. Yes, it's the last one to kick off. Dean Shields of the UK taking on Kaçi. The loser of that match will still stay in and move to the losers' qualification for a second bite of the cherry. Now, Kevin, Tobias, 5-4 up. He's just taking this opportunity for a quick break. Nigh on straight after Felix. Bit of mind games, maybe. Well, I'm never too sure. We will see how that plays out. At the bottom of the screen, I mentioned that's the matchup between Yanni Sikkonen and Ernesto Gioni. Looks like Yanni's back to the table there. His opponent, the Albanian, Ernesto there, just taking his seat, is on the hill leading 7-4. Looks like Tobias is back at the table. Felix Vogel has had a bit of time to think about this break.
Let's see if it pays off.
I'm not sure if he was positioning the cue ball a little closer to the center of the table. Made the cut break beautifully. 1 ball cleaning the side pocket. 2 ball dressed up very nicely. 3 ball
as well. So it's just the 8.
Yeah.
That could cause some issues, but still.
8-9 combo.
The 8-9 combo is there for sure, and if not, and he can play it short side, which might be a bit tricky from the 7. But that pocket opens up as well.
Yep, plenty of room. Now, the 5 does pass the 9. As we said, it's the 8 that looks really the trickiest. 7 is dressed up quite close to it, so not too bad an opportunity for him. But getting round for this 4 is a must, and he would ideally like to finish straight on it.
He's going forwards.
With a little rail first. Hard to judge the pace.
Yeah.
I think he's alright.
Yeah, it's a touchy shot though.
I guess the benefit in this touchy shot, Kevin, is he doesn't need to do too much with the cue ball. Doesn't want to lose it. Just needs to send the 4 off in the right direction.
I think even if he stays at where the 4 bow is now, he'll still be okay. Yeah, for sure. Have done a little bit too much with it.
Yeah. That was not needed. Is he able to jump over the edge of the 7? Or is there an edge of the 5 and he could run off it into the 9? That would be a nice carom. What are you thinking, Kev? What have you got up your sleeve?
I think he's going to jump it.
You're cheating. You saw him get his jump stick. That's not fair, Kevin.
I don't think it's cheating. It's just being making smart calls.
Observant. Yeah, over the edge of the 7. Oh, makes the 5, runs into the 9. Has he got anything on the 6?
Yeah, I think he is able to.
Oh yeah. Good angle,
I think he actually could even pot it to the corner, but shape might be somewhat more difficult.
Yeah, just needs to be careful that he doesn't come down square and run towards the 7 here. The last thing he wants is to be finishing up on the 7. Quick update on our other table down here. Jani Sikkanen did get one back on the board. Now only trails 7-5, but his opponent on the hill.
Oh! 6-9 incoming.
Well, I have to say, I felt he's done that. He wanted to be a bit thicker to come down off, maybe towards the 8 for the shape on the 7, and that's just gone wrong.
And does the 3, sorry, not the 3, the 6, does it actually pass? I've been playing snooker, so
3 points.
yeah. Yeah, it passes. Look, he's looking at the 7 ball, so he won't be looking at the 7 if he's going for the 6-9.
The observations are just coming thick and fast, Kevin. Nice one. Now, what has he got on the 7? Is he able to pull the cue ball back across the 8 to play in the same pocket, or is he going to be forced into considering the combination?
No, I think he's drawing it back, but leaving somewhat of a thinner cut.
Not a bad shot at all. Avoids bringing the cue ball onto the cushion as well, which makes this shot that much more easier. And this will be the second time in the match a player has had a 2-rack lead. This time it's for Tobias Bongers of Germany. His fellow countryman Felix still on 4. 6-4, race to 8. Getting to the business end of this match now, Kevin.
Tobias looking good for getting that win.
Well, both of them are getting their brakes working a little bit more. Even though they're not getting shape on the 2, you feel if one of them could just cut the brake under their arm, it's theirs for the taking. The 2-rack deficit certainly in Bonger's advantage. You may hear a little bit of noise. We're going to keep bringing it up. Great vibe, great energy downstairs. They have some big screens, so they're able to watch the fun up here. And some of their cheers may be very timely with the action on this table.
Yeah, I think that's been improved over the last years. It used to be like a 5 or 10 second delay, so you would hear them shout for something, and then
I remember it well.
the player was already down on the next shot.
Yeah, that's a really good point, how times have changed. They're pretty much getting it life for life down there, so it's as it happens. We had a great incident, well, it depends how you look at it, in the match between Ivo Arts and Niels Fire. Ivo bringing the scoreline back to Hill, and there was an almighty raucous cheer from downstairs. And I spoke to Ivo about it afterwards. He says, you know, you try hard not to react because it's a bit of disrespect for your opponent, but I think Niels is fully aware of how it rolls here in Oostende at the Klokke. It's not his first time here. It's not his first rodeo. Used all the pocket.
Yes, he did. And it looks like he needs to come up with something again, because
can he squeak it through the 8-9?
Trying to figure out if it even goes.
Oh, it's tight.
Wasn't that tight.
Was able to squeeze it above the fort. Very nicely done. And as you said, he is looking like he's just setting his own pace and agenda now. Well, Tobias has taken that. I think we've got a result over on table 2. Looks like it's... Oh, maybe not. Maybe there's a little bit of a query going on in that match. We'll keep you updated. We're fresh in the thick of it here with our Johnny.
Looks like there's a bit of a discussion about a shot earlier in this rack, on table 2 that is, and I think they're asking for a replay now. Not sure what's going to happen.
Well, they're smiling whatever's going on. I think it was something maybe to do with the scoreline as well.
Okay, yeah, could be.
And just going back to check, maybe they double pressed something, but the scoreline has Ernesto of Albania on the hill. He's been there for a little while. Jani Sikinen coming back at him. We'll keep you updated with that. That's another winners qualification match coming close to a close.
Yeah, it was about the score. They forgot to put a rec on.
Yeah. Player's responsibility. We have tablets around the room. Players manage their own scores. They can even add more information such as break and runs for our stat people out there. Now, we were saying Tobias Bongers really looks to have laid down the gauntlet here. This is the 11th rack. He's 6-4 up. This rack will take him to the hill. He's waiting for Kaçi and now Gyoni to play their shots. So he's got to be a bit patient, and he's going to move that cue ball around the bottom of the table, by the looks of it.
Yeah. Doesn't fancy holding it, I guess. It's also not really his style.
Through the gap. He's still shaking his head. He's not completely happy. I think he's finished straight.
I think so as well, yeah. Should be able to draw it back short side.
It looks like a slight angle. Maybe you can just bring the cue ball, push it through 2 rails, center table. Kevin.
Oh, but the speed is off, is it? Oh, I think he just got there.
Wow. This 8. To get shape on the 9. And extend this 2-rack lead. More importantly, we'll take the hill in this race to 8. Tobias Bongers. 7-4. You alluded to it, Kevin. Tobias just looks like he's putting down the hammer.
Yep.
What have we got going on out on the other tables, ladies and gentlemen? Well, in that match that we were alluding to between the Finn Jani Sikinen and Ernesto Gioni of Albania. That's now on the hill. Hill. Wow. I'll keep you abreast of the scoreline on that. It's being streamed as well. If you want to just open another window and have it going in the corner. Oliver Solnocki has just extended his lead, 5-2 against Jan van Leerop, Tim Jonkman, and Piers Bayer locked at 5 apiece. It's been a close match right the way through. Mohamed Soufi trailing Ralph the Kaiser Suke 5 racks to 7. And the later match just kicking off behind us there at the back of the room. Dean Shields trailing Iklek Kaçi 2 racks to 1. We have a few losers round matches kicking off. I'll bring you updates on them as and when we get chance. Right now we return to Felix Vogel breaking, trailing 7 racks to 4.
Needs a good break here. Does make the 1 ball. But will he go jump?
He did last time. To great effect. Again, should just be the edge, which does make the jump a bit easier. You don't need to elevate the cue ball and cue as much. Oh, it's close though, isn't it?
Yeah. But that's not an issue anymore these days, I feel. Yeah.
Well, Felix puts Tobias in a little spot of bother. It looks like we have a result over on table 2 between Jani Sikkanen and Ernesto Gioni. Ernesto sat on the hill for quite a while. Jani digging deep. He has taken that match on the hill, 8-7.
Yeah, and Gioni ran out the rack and then missed the 9 ball.
Pool can be a cruel mistress at times. I have to say though, that's what keeps bringing me back, Kevin.
So let's see what's gonna happen here. Is Tobias?
We can see it.
You can see part of it, yeah. Is he gonna bank it?
Oh, had to avoid the double kiss. What? He made that look a lot easier than that shot was.
Yeah, now he's in prime position.
I didn't think he could see that much of it, to be fair, Kevin. Very surprised. But what a shot to take on. Get the cue ball out the way.
Yeah, now 4, 5, 6, 7 all in proximity of each other.
Well,
So I don't think, but I've been wrong before, the 5 passes by the 6. So, well, you see what he's planning on doing?
oh, that 7 looks really big.
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
What a great shot.
Had to punch it to keep the cue ball high, and then that check side just bringing it back down. Very nicely played. Might just hear a little bit of activity in the background. Looks like a match up coming up on table two. I'm seeing, well, Sebastianov, but I think he's on his way out. Cyril Ledoux against Zelinsky, perhaps.
Yeah.
Tobias just being a bit patient. There is a bit of activity in the background, just needs to focus. Ideally would like them just to be a bit quieter. Oh, slow down. Not bad at all. Would do better with an angle to play with.
And now it seems like he has to leave quite a difficult shot on that 8-ball.
Can he squeeze an angle a little bit more? Punch it over? He's dicing with death, hitting it too hard.
He could draw it back all the way to the top rail. There you go. Needs it to go a little bit.
Has. Well, while he just takes on this 8 to let our viewers know the action will be coming thick and fast on this table. If you want to keep updated with the scores and fixtures, scheduled agenda, please do visit qscore.com. Do a search for OrangeForks Productions, CUETEC Belgian Open, Oostende, Belgium, Taverne de Klokke.
There you go. Tobias Bongers beats last year's winner 8-4 in his winners qualification match and advances into the last 16. Felix Vogel will play again at around 8-ish. Next up on this table we've got Quinten Bongers and Jan Salim. We'll be right back.